go to war with me. You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. For the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane? It's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. I'll take it. I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. So you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. For the throne.
Yo, I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. Never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. I take shots to the top, I'll get it. I got one life, I'ma do all to win it. I do slow when I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change, slowly take a step today. I will never be the same, 'cause that's what it takes.
Well, happy Friday. You guys made it to another weekend. Welcome. I'm going to go ahead and bring on some of our guests here, and let me put the chat up also so you guys can see that. All right, we should have chat up. And let me find who's backstage in an intro here. Let's see who we got. Mediocre in the house. Let's size you up there. Wow. Look at that. Look at the quality in your camera. Did you upgrade something?
Yeah, I did.
You got the American flag in the background. I like that. Professional mic. Is that a professional mic?
That's a good one. I like it.
Very nice. Very nice. So how's your week been?
I mean, I had a good week. I took it easy. I made some money, but I didn't go too crazy.
Can you excuse me for 1 second while I squeeze a little lime in here?
Absolutely.
It's Friday. It's Friday, guys. We got to take care of business. Dos Equis. And I remembered to pick up some lime this time. Fresh lime.
I'll get some shock top here.
Cheers, everybody. What a week, man. Starting with this past weekend, the Bank of Japan raising rates.
That was crazy. That was freaking crazy, Tony. I cannot believe that.
I got a couple stocks I want to talk about, just some general housekeeping, not really stocks I'm in, but some that I think there's some lessons to be learned, and maybe some people are in it. And mostly tonight, I don't have a lot of agenda other than saying hi to you guys, seeing what questions you have, and just hanging out, having a good time. The wife just went to work, so it's time to kick back and chill for a little bit. No, she does not work at a strip club, mediocre.
No.
Overnight hospital shift. So cheers to the hard workers out there, all of you who do those long 12-hour shifts, especially the overnight crap, man. All right.
I don't like working nights. That's not my thing, man.
I don't either. I have worked a second shift in my younger days, which was like 4 p.m. to 1 a.m., I think, because I was going to college full-time during the day. I was working a full-time shift at night, but not overnight shift. So I'm sort of familiar with it, but she doesn't like to wake up early anyways, mediocre. I mean, a lot of her previous jobs were 7 a.m. starts, and she's kind of grumpy getting up at 6 a.m. So she actually kind of likes this. And I think they pay a little premium for overnight shift. It's only 3 nights a week. I mean, work 3 nights, get your 40 hours done.
I mean, that's not terrible.
It's not terrible.
3 nights.
Anya says, "What clarity on your camera?" Anya's falling in love all over again. Mediocre.
I love.
I bet you get 1,000 subscribers now. Look at that mug, ladies.
Oh,
He's
boy.
already. I think he's spoken for, ladies.
Here, let me brush the beard for you.
Anya says Tony needs an upgrade. I mean, I have pretty good stuff
Tony's
here.
camera's very good.
Huh?
I said your camera's very good.
Yeah, I have top of the line stuff as of 2022, Anya. I went out on a limb back in that day. I was just telling Mediocre I spent all this money on camera, mic, lighting, amplifier, but not the chair. Not the chair. And
Now, what do you got for a chair?
well, now I upgraded the chair, but remember I had that hardwood oak chair for a year.
Yeah.
But I spent all that money on equipment before I had one subscriber, before I even started, because I mean, it's bad enough I'm barely entertaining and I'm old and ugly, Mediocre. I said the least I can do is give the people a quality experience. The 5 viewers that were here from day one. So.
The 5 viewers.
Everlong says, Tony is drinking. Oh no, what will the trolls say? Don't effing care, my friend. We don't care about those little girly boys, what they have to say about grown men drinking in their own house on a Friday night. We don't drink during the day when we're making trading decisions, do we, Mediocre?
Absolutely not.
Some of these pansies don't want us having a drink in the evening. I'm pretty sure their idol Roaring Kitty had a drink or two when he live streamed. Now, I don't know. Did they call him a drunk? Well, they did on that most recent live stream. Some people remember Mediocre when he was all in bandages. Some people said he was wasted, high, drunk. I don't know. I didn't get that vibe.
I think he was having fun.
I think he was having fun too. Yeah,
absolutely, he was having fun.
Wild Wendell says, when you think we're going to get some GameStop news? You would think something would get said. You would think. Yeah. We're going to talk about GameStop.
Do they ever say anything, Tony?
Not in the last year. We're going to talk about GameStop in a minute. And if you haven't been following my TA videos on GameStop, if you haven't seen them, I'm doing them in the YouTube short format. So go over to that YouTube short tab on my channel. I have been doing every few days a TA video for GameStop. I'll do one tomorrow about the last couple days price action, which has been good. But for those of you that are here live tonight, we'll go over it live. So you'll get a preview of what I'm going to talk about tomorrow. But I mean, there's not much going on at GameStop. It's just a swing trade till we have news. So I figured 1 minute, if you can't say it in a minute, it's not worth saying. What do you think, Mediocre?
I mean, I think GameStop should come out and say something.
I see people making 1 hour TA videos on GameStop. Let's go through the numbers.
Oh my God.
I'm serious. 1 hour videos on GameStop. There's literally nothing going on. What are you doing every day for an hour? Many of them. There's many of these guys looking at XRT, looking at short volume. I mean, what are you doing, bros? Just look at the chart. Me and Mediocre can figure it out in a couple seconds. I don't know. I guess it gives them a feeling of comfort.
I look at charts every day, guys. Every day. Sometimes a few times a day.
Well, I want to tell you what I'm thinking about GameStop, but let's get to it in order. Let's run through MMAT and Mullen and get those out of the way, because there are some lessons here. How many people we got in here?
Let me pull up some charts now.
We don't have very many. I'd like to get at least 100 people in here, so I don't have to repeat myself. But we're not gonna hold up everybody for that. Let's see what other comments you guys got while we're waiting for a few more folks to join in on this Friday night. Where's old Gus? Someone said, Gus, be nice. What did Gus say?
I told him to be nice.
Oh,
He
you
said,
told him to be nice.
He has a date with the devil.
Wild Wendell says, can't wait to see how they're going to use that capital. Yes. I want to talk to you guys about the lies people are telling you about book value. Oh my gosh, these damn idiots out there. But I do want to talk about briefly again in 60 seconds what you do need to know about ratios and financials. We can cover that in 60 seconds. What you need to know right now and what you need to know that Wall Street cares about. If you're interested, stick around a couple seconds. Anya says, do you dream of charts, mediocre? Sometimes I do, mediocre. I mean, when you're doing this shit from 5 a.m. till 7 or 9 p.m., the old brain don't shut off sometimes.
Yeah, I agree with that. Sometimes I have trouble.
Well, while we're waiting for a couple more people to come in, let's talk about movies real quick. Domestic box office just went over $5 billion for the year. What are we at right now on quarterly? Hang on one second. I have it here. I'll put it on the other screen so you guys can see it. And I have been updating my numbers also. Share screen. There we go. So I know that's hard to see. Let's make it a little bigger. Domestic yearly, 5 billion. Quarterly, where are we at? Q3, 1.46 billion. So guys, I want to see over 2.5 billion. We got 2 months. We have the rest of August and all of September. Will we get 2.5? I don't know. In my estimation, if you watch my video earlier this week, 2.5, 2.55, somewhere in that neighborhood. AMC, if you're investing in AMC, probably will book a positive earnings per share, positive net income. So that's what I would like to see. I have my own conservative guess for the quarter at 2.4 to 2.6, somewhere in that range. So maybe we sneak in a 2.5 or higher. I know many of you that are watching, many of you that I talk to, or some of you anyways, are expecting 3 billion for the quarter. I don't know. I'd love that. I'd love that if that happens. Go see some movies. But this week, yesterday, I saw Borderland, just to take one for the team and get that out of the way. It was pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Borderlands. Now, bear in mind, as I say that, I did not play the game. And maybe it was more meaningful to you if you played the game. But I thought it was kind of an amateurish attempt to do a Dune or Guardians of the Galaxy type feel with the Borderlands characters. And I didn't get a lot out of it. I didn't get a lot out of it. And so far, the numbers for that movie are not that great, but I didn't have it forecast as being a great movie. So it's not throwing off my numbers. And some of the other movies that are out right now are exceeding forecasts, which will make up for any shortfall that I had forecast for Borderlands. Deadpool and Wolverine knocking it out of the park, 440 million so far. Twisters, 207 million. I saw Deadpool and Wolverine for a second time earlier this week. So I went to 2 movies so far, Deadpool and Borderland. And I have Alien Romulus scheduled next. And I booked my Usher tickets for the wife and myself. And I'm hearing good things about this movie It Ends With Us with Blake Lively. And I have it conservatively forecast. I think that this one, if it really resonates with audiences, could be a beat. Not a huge movie, but it could be a beat over what myself and others had forecast. So that would be good. I made my wife watch the trailer for it, and I asked her, what do you think? You know, I wanted a woman's point of view, mediocre. She said, I think she's talking about Johnny Depp. I was like, that's not what I want to hear. Was Blake Lively, mediocre, the one that was with Johnny Depp?
I'm not sure. I'm paying attention to you half-ass here. I'm doing some charting.
All right.
I'm trying to remember who Blake Lively is.
I'm pretty sure It Ends With Us was a book. It's a romance type story. Lady's in a relationship with an abusive dude, and she bumps into her old fling, her whole old high school fling or college fling. What do you do then?
We were talking about this the other day, weren't we?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Anyways, I said to my wife, do you think that the ladies will like this movie? She said, oh yeah, the ladies will like this one. So might be a date night if you're in a couple, might be a girls' night out movie. And what else we got coming up? Cuckoo, I'm hearing good things about that. A horror mystery thriller that is also out this weekend. So I would like to go see that this weekend. Cuckoo, maybe, you know, next week when my wife is off, we'll go see It Ends With Us. She'll probably want to see Cuckoo too. Maybe I shouldn't go without her. And then next week, of course, Horizon got scratched. So we have Alien Romulus. That is the big one. And I don't know if you guys seen, they are putting on a massive PR effort for this movie. You guys probably have seen it. What's up, Corey? He says, I know most people still hate Robinhood, but I picked some up on the dip and will sell covered calls on it. I haven't looked at Robinhood lately. I don't hate any play for an investment or a swing trade. I don't use them as my broker, but if you want to trade it and you're finding a profitable way to do it, knock yourself out. Not going to hurt my feelings. What, mediocre?
Don't care. I was going to say, I personally don't care if you use them as a broker or trade their stock. It doesn't, what you do with your money is your business. And how it's a brokerage, right? I don't get involved with none of that ridiculousness. I think it's kind of childish, to be honest.
Mediocre. Respect. We got the Crow.
We got in respect.
Huh?
I mean, if he wants to use Robinhood, he should use Robinhood. It's an easy platform. I don't see a problem with Robinhood.
Hey, mediocre. 90% of retail is using Robinhood, whether they admit it or not.
Exactly. I mean, my wife uses it.
We got the Crow coming out August 23rd. People either love the idea of a Crow remake or they absolutely hate it. I'm going to definitely go see that one. What else? What else this month? Reagan, of course, I'll go see that one. That's my childhood right there. My high school years with Dennis Quaid. And then we go into September. Beetlejuice. They are also doing a lot of marketing for that movie, and I think that one's going to be fantastic. So if you're out there making videos or tweets telling people that Q3 is going to suck, I would just, maybe bite your tongue because you don't want to be embarrassed like that. Wait and see. I mean, if you want to go on the record and say it's going to suck, we're going to call you out when you're wrong. And you can call us out when we're wrong too, if we're wrong. That's fair. Usher is a 3-day event, so it'll be a small contributor, but extra revenue, $15 a ticket. What else we got? Blazing Saddles. I have never seen that on the big screen. I sure would like to go see that on the big screen. Seen the movie many times, never on the big screen. We got a Matrix re-release. Wolves with Brad Pitt, George Clooney, and Transformers 1. And Wild Robot. I'm hearing a lot of people talk about Wild Robot. I don't remember the preview, but those type of movies tend to do well. So we'll see. And then, if this is true, Megalopolis also at the end of September. So, excuse me. So that's our movie rundown. 1.4 billion, almost 1.5. I want to see 2.5 billion by the end of this quarter so that AMC can have a positive earnings per share, and all the trolls and haters can go cry themselves in a corner. So we'll see.
That. I like positive quarters, Tony.
I like it too. And then we haven't even started talking about Q4 yet, mediocre. We'll save that until later in September, but I think Q4 is going to be better than Q3. Let me get you back up here on the big boy screen. There you go.
Share my screen real quick. I want to show you this chart I'm looking at.
Yeah, what you got?
Yeah, let me change the color of this line. Hang on.
I'm going to make it full size here for the folks.
Let me just change this color line.
Wait.
Edit properties. Let's just make this.
Anya says, Tony, you're perfectly clear. Your background is blurred out. That is a effect called, what is it? Videographers? Is it bouquet? I think it's
Tony,
called, I'm not a photographer, Anya, but it is a special lens that puts me in focus and the background in fuzzy, and it is a purposeful effect. Yes.
You notice my line right here?
Yeah.
Look at how many touch points it has.
It's got a bunch.
We keep kind of rejecting right around this area.
What's our ticker that we're looking at there?
This is AMC.
Okay.
I mean, I think we could get back up here. No problem, but it's just been struggling lately getting there. So I don't know. I just wanted to show that. I'm waiting to see if it can really
when we get
this.
When we get to AMC here in a minute, let's pull up your chart and compare it to mine.
That'll be interesting.
Let's get Mullen and MMAT out of the way real quick.
You got it.
I am MMAT and Mullen. I'm not in either one of these companies. Just full disclosure. We've been saying for quite some time that, at least my opinion, is that these companies were going to go bankrupt. So not my kind of stock. No revenue stocks are not really my kind of stock. But this is a new filing that dropped today, mediocre, on Mullen.
Mullen?
Mullen. This is just, whether you're in Mullen or not, I just want to talk about a few educational things. So they're going to have a special meeting of stockholders on September 13th to effect a reverse split of up to 1 for 100 shares, mediocre, which is like what, their third or fourth reverse split in the last year?
Yeah, well, they're trading at 58 cents, 59 cents right now.
And again, a reverse split is meaningless. I'm going to keep telling you guys this. Even, the liars and the girly boys need some content, mediocre. So I'm going to remind them and everybody else, Tony Denaro is saying reverse splits are meaningless. What is meaningful is that they're going to drop dilution right after that reverse split. That's all you need to know. The reverse split is meaningless. They're doing it to stay listed, but they're also doing it to bump the price up because why? They have no revenue and they're only surviving by diluting shareholders. So why would you want to be invested in a company that basically has no revenue? I don't know. If you love Mullen, wait until the point where they're actually producing vehicles and generating income. Even your Lucids and your Rivians that are putting out a decent amount of vehicles are barely hanging on. they're having to borrow money. And
Yeah,
poor Mullen can't borrow money. They're so broke. So all they can do is dilute shareholders.
that's that's how they get paid, Tony. You know that.
That's how they generate capital to ensure the survival of the company.
Exactly.
Right? That's how we say it.
How many times do you think they're going to dilute though? Like, when is enough enough? I mean, this company is diluted so many times.
There's going to be a point where they can't do any more reverse splits. Mediocre. I'm just frankly shocked that the SEC allows companies to keep doing this over and over and over and over. The other key thing here, two other things, quick talking points about Mullen. In this proxy, you can scroll down and you'll see they list the current shares outstanding, 34 million. Mediocre, 2 weeks ago, it was 24 million.
Yeah.
24 million 2 weeks ago. In fact, pull up the chart, Mediocre. Tell me what your brokers say is the outstanding float of Mullen right now. Outstanding float size.
Mullen.
MULN.
Yeah, I got it. Let me go. I gotta go to news, I think. Hang on.
Matt, I see your comment, Matt. We're going to get to that in a second.
I gotta do it on a different screen.
The point is, guys, while Mediocre's pulling that up, this week on Mullen, and I retweeted a couple of them, there were a ton of paid bots, paid shill promoters. Not all of them are bots. Some of them are real people with disclosures in their tweets. If you clicked on it and read it, that said they got paid $100, $200, $500 to tell you how great Mullen is, how the Fibonacci's look so beautiful. If it could just break through 80 cents, it's going to go to $1.30. If it goes to $1.30, it's going to hit 260. Fucking bullshit, man. They are trying to keep you roped in this no revenue company so they can sell more shares. And it is disgusting to me that a no revenue company would do that to people. And it is, I think, because the SEC has a close eye on them now. All of a sudden, we see these promoters putting disclosures that they got paid. And there's still a few that I think that are not getting, not disclosing that they are getting paid. I don't have any evidence of that. I'm not going to name any names because I don't like making false accusations and defamatory statements without evidence. But for sure, you can go in my tweet history. Twitter was full of them this week. Promoters getting paid on Mullen. And why? Because they need you to vote. They need more dilution. After September, they have no income. They've got a lawsuit they lost from GEM. They owe them a fuck ton of money. And they're trying to stay alive. They're trying to avoid Chapter 11 like every executive team does. But you don't need to, what? You don't need to stay in the stock if you know there's dilution. Some of you will, and God bless. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you my prediction of what's going to happen. It's going to be more dilution and another rundown in the price, right back to where we're at. And unless they got $1 billion worth of sales sitting in their back pocket that they haven't disclosed yet. Mediocre, what do you think?
Oh, sorry. I'm reading. I'm trying to find where it's located on Thinkorswim at the moment.
Oh, all right. Well, I have it. I have it here.
I know you do.
I don't want to make you work too hard.
I don't usually use Thinkorswim for that, but I want to know where it is in here,
Yeah. Let me see if I can find Mullen.
I usually use like Dilution Tracker or something.
24 million. 24 million is the current outstanding shares, according to what our brokers know. But reality, they're going to update it Monday or Tuesday. It's going to say 34 million. You just got 10 million dumped on you in the past couple of weeks. Get ready for a boatload more. Again, if you're investing in non-profitable companies, eventually dilution is inevitable, but there's a big difference between a non-profitable company with no revenue versus someone like AMC that has growing and recovering revenue that was hit by something like COVID-19, where the entire industry they're dependent on slowed down, and they're just getting their mojo back probably next year. So although AMC is clearly a non-profitable company and clearly had to dilute, of all of these non-profitable companies, would you rather be in one with no revenue? If you were going to gamble, if you're going to put your money on the roulette table, black or red, black is a company with growing revenue and a known one-time issue. Red is all of the rest of the penny stock companies that have essentially no revenue. Both are going to dilute. Both are going to dilute. Which do you think is the better gamble if you had to gamble? That's all I'm saying. Even then, you don't want to be in front of dilution if you can avoid it. And you having a good entry is still important.
I mean, if dilution gets announced on a stock, I've learned just get the fuck out the way, Joni. I have learned that.
Yeah.
Depending on the financial situation of the company. Let's be clear.
All right, let's pull up MMAT. So that covers it. Do you guys have any questions on Mullen? SEC. I'm going to pull up MMAT, but we'll take any questions you have on Mullen real quick. Someone asked me on Twitter earlier, can't the SEC go after them? They could. If there's a thing called forward-looking statements. If you ever listen to an earnings call, you always hear them start off like, please be aware, the lady's voice, please be aware, everything's said on this. No, it's the, what's AMC's legal guy? I forget his name. Is it? Anyways, he says, anything discussed on this call is a forward-looking statement and shouldn't be relied upon, da-da-da-da-da. They have a lot of leeway, these executives, to say stuff and be incorrect. That's fine with the SEC. What you should always go by, you guys should always only go by what is filed in a 10Q or 10K or 8K. That's the legal stuff. Things they say, hey, the forward-looking statement gives them a lot of cover to talk about potential future things. You got to be aware of that. But if Mullen lied about sales or schedules, knowingly lied, and the SEC can prove it, could they go after them for fraud? Yeah, maybe so. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. I would think so. But the problem is shareholders aren't going to get that. That's going to be a civil or criminal penalty, depending on who's pushing the case, the SEC or the DOJ. And you won't get any of that. You would need to file a lawsuit against the company for your personal injury, your monetary injury. And there are many of those cases right now against Mullen. Don't wait until they're bankrupt, because how are you going to get paid at that point if you win your case? If you want to read about Mullen's legal proceedings, everybody that's suing them, it's in note 19 in the most recent 10K. Note 19. Mullen, Gus says, Mullen sleeping with the devil. I know, right, Gus? Let's bring up this MMAT chart. Not chart, but form. Let's see what other chat we have here real quick before we jump into this one. Tito says, I wonder if Borderlands has been hurt by the Jack Black fiasco. I don't know, Tito. That's a good question. I think, and I wasn't even thinking about that myself. I just thought the movie sucked. Anya says, why do they bother showing a movie that they know sucks? That is a good question, Anya. RLV says, with AMC, with a positive earnings per share, what could its price reflect? We'll get into that in a minute. We're about to wrap up MMAT. Then we'll talk about GameStop very briefly, and then we'll answer all your questions on AMC. So remind me about that question again in a minute. Tito says, I think 15% of people will watch Deadpool 3 twice. I'm going to try and be that extra 1%, Tito, that sees it 3 times. Everlong says, I played all the games and that was not a good rep. Did you watch the movie, Everlong? Alien Romulus popcorn bucket for the win. MS says, you got to be short Mullen. I'm assuming you're talking to the audience, right? The only play for Mullen is to short it. Thank you, Wix Music. I am struggling to teach myself guitar. Maybe we'll have something for you by the end of the year. Beetlejuice going to be lit. Vintage Vagabond says, my wife doesn't ask me about many movies. And every time we go to movies, she's like, when is Beetlejuice? When? Wix Music says the blurred background is called, it's pronounced bouquet, right? That is the correct spelling, B-O-K. Is it bouquet or bokeh? I think it's bouquet. Why did they pull wolves? Did they pull wolves? I didn't hear that.
Sorry about that, Tony. My son wanted me real quick.
Hallie says, no problem, Mediocre. He wants to come talk about trading cards. We can do that, Hallie. Houston pushed MMAT. Yeah, he pushes a lot of trash. Not a big fan of that channel. I don't think they've had, have they had one winner that they've pushed over there?
Tony, how often do we win?
Every day. Well, not every day, but from time to time. Hello, option trader.
Listen, what's funny though, Tony, is, and you know this is true, is like I've made money in the past month, but not as much as I usually like to, right? It just
Yep.
we
This
play
was a
it
tough
safe.
week, Mediocre.
There was money to be made. Like I think something happened Monday. Like, why did it take so long for the options market to open up?
Yeah, let's get MMAT out of the way, then we can talk about that in conjunction with our discussion on GameStop and AMC, because I mean those prices got hit. So the news today on MMAT, and you guys already know about MMTLP. That was the sister of MMAT. MMTLP stopped trading about a year ago. It's now NextBridge Hydrocarbons, a private company. Everybody's mad because their shares, they have shares in a private company that can't be traded. And they thought they were going to squeeze the shorts before it stopped trading. But that's a different discussion. I don't want to go through all that again. We talked about MMTLP when it was at its peak. And I said back then, you would be wise to consider taking some profits. And everybody got mad at me. But Tony, you don't understand. Exxon could buy this company. And we're headed to $1,000 and special dividend, yada, yada, yada. All the nonsense that people put in their head, unqualified people put in their head, and the CEO lied to them. The CEOs are now under investigation from the SEC, and rightly so in my mind. And I feel
Tony,
bad feel bad for everybody stuck in MMTLP, but now we're going to talk about MMAT, the parent. Go ahead, mediocre.
I was going to ask you, what happens to a company what happens to the shareholders when a company gets bought out by another company?
Well, that would be a merger or an acquisition, but in this case, we knew that MMTLP was going to be taken private. You were going to be given shares of NextBridge.
Let's just say, for the sake of argument here, we'll use MMTLP. Let's say that ExxonMobil bought them, just for the sake of this argument.
Well, ExxonMobil would make an offer for in their mind, the value of the company, which, I mean, it was trading at $1 before the squeeze.
Yep.
And based on no real oil being found, that was the fair value of MMTLP. It got ran up to $12 because of FOMO and people thinking there were naked shorts.
What would Exxon have bought in it for, though?
$1.50, $2.
So what would happen to their shareholders? Honestly?
But they thought Exxon was going to offer $1,000 mediocre. This is, guys, if it was worth that, the market would have already valued at that before you got into play. That's the point.
The reason I bring this up, Tony, is because it bothers me when they talk about a buyout happening with all these companies, including, AMC, right? Do you know the repercussions? Look what happened to Twitter.
Yeah, you don't get buyouts at 1,000% higher than the price of the stock. You just
exactly.
Don't. You might get a 10 or 20% premium to encourage people to approve the acquisition.
I mean, Elon did offer more than the company was worth when he bought Twitter, right?
Yeah, he wanted to do that because he wanted to make it where the board could not refuse his offer.
Exactly. That's my point. But that doesn't happen in a normal scenario.
Right.
That's why I brought it up.
He gave them a price where, I mean, they would have been breaching their fiduciary duty to turn down his offer.
Exactly.
So he did it smart. I mean, he wanted to control Twitter, and that he did the right thing for him.
I'm glad he did that.
So here's the MMAT, guys. This is another company that had a couple $1 million a quarter in revenue, basically no revenue, massive losses every quarter. They had a couple products they were trying to get off the ground, but never really seemed to be able to do it. And so people were gambling on that, which is fine if you want to, but you can't ignore the financials. And the investors got all wrapped around this, I think, the naked shorting story too. Maybe some of them believe the company really would get a product off the ground. That's fine if you think that, but you can't ignore the financials. So,
I mean, I think a lot of people are doing that.
Yeah, they do. They just don't ever look at the 10Q, the income statement, the balance sheet, the cash flow, the risk factors. They just don't even open it one time. They just see what's on Twitter, Reddit, or YouTube, and that's good enough. Load the boat. You got. This is the lesson. You got to read the financial statements and start learning the very basics of them. And I got a couple videos in my
education. It's up to you to protect your money, and I think that's a problem. People just want to.
The SEC is not coming to your rescue.
Yeah, exactly.
A court's not coming to your rescue. It's incumbent on you to do the DD, and that doesn't mean reading Reddit. Meta. Go ahead.
They think the SEC has teeth, Tony. These people.
SEC barely has time. Mediocre. That's the problem.
They don't even have teeth, though. They're like they can't even bite nothing if they wanted to. It's ridiculous. They have almost no power, and that's, in my opinion, right? Like, maybe I'm being a little harsh, but I don't think they have much power. Do you?
They have power. They have power to fine people. They have power to prevent executives from ever serving on a board again. The DOJ is the one you really don't want to get on the bad side of because they can put you in jail.
Right. But I mean,
the problem is they just don't have enough people. Mediocre. There's so much bad shit going on. What do they focus on?
I think it's designed that way, though. It's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
That's why I've I come to the realization like ain't nobody gonna protect my money except for me.
I
You
think
know?
that's a healthy attitude. MMAT filed bankruptcy. That's the update from today. Long story short, Meta Materials filed bankruptcy. The board quit. The executives all got fired. It's kaput, done. End of story. And I know I've talked about this once or twice over the last year and a half that I was not a fan of MMAT. That's just based on their financial statements. Wasn't going the right direction. There was it was a hope and a prayer on their products, which is fine. Like I said, if you want to speculate on that stuff, just keep your speculation to a reasonable size of your portfolio, because I don't want to hear you crying for the next year that you lost everything. You lost your house, you lost your spouse. Have a balanced portfolio of profitable companies. Speculative plays should be a small percentage of your portfolio. Unless you truly say, I understand all of the risk, I take full ownership. If I fuck up, if this company goes bankrupt, I'm not going to blame anybody but myself because I rolled the dice on a long shot and this time it didn't work out. And now I got to start over. Mediocre, you take a lot of those home run swings, way more of them than I do. But you take full accountability for your decisions, and you know exactly the risk you're taking.
Yeah, but I'm cautious too at the same time, right? Like I know when to exit.
That's the other problem is a lot of people won't punch the exit button if it starts going the wrong way. And I've seen you do it. I've seen you do it. I've seen you do it 10 minutes after you get in a play. Oh shit, going the wrong way. Out.
Yep. I don't care. It is what it is, you know. But I want people to seriously like get involved in trading. Like I'm not saying that not everybody is, but there's people I know there's people out here who are not doing the due diligence for themselves, right? Like they're just going by what somebody else tells them or vice versa. And when you can see the big picture because it's on paper, it's in black and white, it's in the ink, right? Then I think then you should be able to, kind of I don't think everybody's gonna, get it like that overnight. I don't think that happens, right? But if you put the time in, you will get better. I promise.
Now, Mediocre, what do you say to the people, and this is a true story, the people that say, Tony, I hear you, the 10 Qs, the 10 Ks, they're prepared by the company's accounting team. They're signed off by the company's CFO. They're filed with the SEC. Therefore, they're subject to all the penalties if they're incorrect. But Tony, we can't trust them because they're filed with the SEC, and we know the SEC is evil.
I would say, what else are you going to do? You have to believe in the SEC. You have to, right? You have to.
I would say, Mediocre, the company filed the paperwork.
Exactly.
I mean, why are you worried about what
they're obligated? Okay, number one, they're going to get screwed if they lied to you in a document form. You got grounds for a lawsuit. You know what I mean? Will you get something? I don't know. It depends on the situation. But the point I'm trying to make here is, if they sent that to the SEC, that's a binding document. And if they lied on that document willingly, and they understood what was going on, they're going to get fined at the very least. And that's what I think, right? Like, I don't think that they deliberately misrepresent information. That's my belief, right? But, when you believe that everything's corrupt, I mean, you can end up there. I don't necessarily think that everything's corrupt, but I will say, like, there was some funny business on Monday. Okay. Like, why did the options open up so late? Why was half the internet down? There's questions. Okay. I believe in corruption, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you have got to. A company cannot lie about its financials to the SEC. You're going to get screwed if you do. That's my belief, anyway.
I mean, they can look at Enron or
Well, yeah, Enron, perfect example, right?
they can lie, but they'll go to jail. So that prevents most of them from lying.
Yeah, I think the information that they put out is pretty accurate, in my opinion, right? Now, they may try to persuade you one way or another in their wording or their verbiage, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that the information is false. You know, they
Yeah,
may
a lot.
present it as bullish, even though it's really not. Stuff like that.
Yep. It's kind of like when I was thinking, listening to Adam talk in the last earnings call. All of his focus was on June. Do you remember hearing that, Mediocre?
I didn't actually get to listen to the call because of my situation. My
June
time
is the best month. June was the best EBITDA. June was this. June was that. Okay. But what about Q3? What about Q4? Like I don't want. That's great that June was fantastic, but I really want to think about AMC as a quarter or a year, not 1 month.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
exactly.
saying? One,
Absolutely.
just like when he tweets about, oh, last Monday was the best Monday in the history of the company. I don't fucking care, honestly.
Exactly.
Like that's he's doing his job as a salesman to let you know things are going well. Beautiful. Thank you. But as an investor, I don't care about 1 day. I don't care about 1 month. I want to know what is a realistic expectation for the next full quarter, the next 4 quarters. That's what I want to know.
I didn't get to listen to the call because of I had a major life event. You obviously know that's why I haven't been around chat, but I don't want to really talk about that. But let's stay on the topic of AMC because I missed that earnings call, which happened to be that when that stuff went down. So, what kind of did I miss on that, Tony?
He said basically, yeah, don't get twisted what I'm saying. I actually myself, because I do my own DD, I think that Q3 and Q4 and 2025 are all going to be really, really good quarters. But I was just confused why he spent so much time talking about June, Mediocre. It clearly was a fantastic month, and he was trying to tell the story that is going to be predictive of every month after this. And I hope that's the case, but
I hope it is the case, right?
I hope that's the case, but I don't take that as gospel just because he was so happy about June. I honestly think he was so happy about June because they were sweating balls in April and May. April and May were horrible. And they were like, thank freaking God. June saved our ass. And on top of that, we got the debt deal done. I mean, they were in party mode, Mediocre, and they've been working all year on getting that debt restructuring done. They have every right to be happy. That's a lot of damn work, negotiating with all these lenders, putting together this very
I'm grateful they actually put the time in, Tony, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, Sean Goodman earned, I think this year, every dollar of his pay and bonus getting that debt deal done.
I think they got a very good deal done, in my opinion, right? Some people may not like it, but I think the deal was good. It kicks the can down the road and allows us to get profitable. That's ultimately what we need.
Anya says, how can Adam Aaron predict the next 2 quarters with any accuracy? He can't, Anya. I'm just saying, like, me as an investor, I really want to know, like, I don't want to be here. Let me rephrase what I'm saying. I don't want to be distracted by 1 month in the past when Q3 overall was just kind of like ho-hum. To me,
I think they get a good idea on what's going to happen. Like, they know what movies are coming out ahead of time, right? They know they could probably. I'm pretty sure they predict for a year out what they're going to do roughly, right?
In general, what we heard Cinemark, IMAX, and AMC all say now is that Q3 is likely to be about the same as Q2. I'm hoping for better, honestly. Q4 is going to be great. 2025 is going to be bigger than probably 2023 and 2024. And 2026 will be better than that. That's the general guidance that all three CEOs gave. And since it's three different competitors all giving the same message, I think that is a reasonable belief, unless we get some event happen, that sidetracks that.
That's the thing, is we do not want another event, right? Like, that's what hurt us this time. We were recovering beautifully up until that writer strike. That hurt us badly. People don't realize that. I don't think they took it too serious, Tony. Maybe they did. What do I know? I'm in my own
I mean, I think
phase.
if you want the company to succeed, you knew that it was going to be bad, and you're okay with it being bad. It's unfortunate that the trolls are like, ha ha, Q1 sucked, Q2 sucked. What's up? What's up, you dummies? Well, we already knew that was going to happen. We've been talking about it since the middle of last year, that this was going to happen. So if you're just mentally prepared that it's going to be bad, the trolling really is just makes them look dumb, because they weren't paying attention. It's not that nobody was going to movies. There just weren't any movies to go see because of the strike.
Yeah.
All right, I got the GameStop chart up here. Let's crush that real quick, mediocre, and then we'll take all questions AMC related. So I haven't
even looked at this chart either.
I have the daily chart here with my we have that supply zone up there in red, which if you've been following my YouTube shorts, I was saying that we were probably going to go down into the bottom.
Hold on, Tony. Hold on. I recall honestly that we were looking at this chart a week ago.
We were looking at back when the stock was up here.
Yeah, we were talking about it breaking down into this
down here
demand zone. Yeah.
Yeah, I said that I would like to buy between like 1750 and what is this, 1875, $19, and that it seemed like, based on the moving averages and all the TA that you could want to read on this chart, that it was going to go down to that point unless Ryan Cohen or Warren Kitty or some catalyst, news from the company, changed the direction. And the earnings isn't for a couple months. So I just thought, we're going to trade down into this zone and then hopefully catch a bounce. So I want to buy down here. And I did.
Absolutely.
Monday morning, we woke up, we had the Bank of Japan bad news, and
that was crazy.
It tanked. I didn't get the absolute bottom because I was a little bit nervous about the Israel war and the Bank of Japan news. But once I saw it turn around, it started moving quick once it bottomed out, mediocre. And
what did we end up at, though?
On what?
What was the bottom on that? 17
and change, like 1775.
I said I would buy it at 18. I didn't get the opportunity. I was tied up, which if I didn't do, you and I had a conversation. I'll also say this.
Yeah.
And, I bought AMC at 512 or something like that. I don't remember, on Friday. And then that whole Japan thing happened, which hurt me because I wasn't in cash. And you told me that Friday. I remember you were like, mediocre, you should just be patient, whatever. But I was getting it.
That sounds like something I'd say, mediocre.
Listen, people, listen, I'm going to tell you, patience pays off, right? You have got to give yourself some patience. I was being impatient because I was having I can't say a bad month, right? Because listen, I'm a successful trader. I make money regardless, right? But I'm not making the amount of money that I would like to make. And so I was getting impatient. That's ultimately what happened. And so I bought at 512, and then the whole Japan debacle happened. And look at GameStop. So because I was tied up, I couldn't take advantage of that.
So let me just run through what I did and what I see and what I'm going to do next, mediocre, for what we have here for GameStop. So I bought in on that dip on Monday morning because I said I would. I mean, this is a demand zone. There's a lot of previous support back here earlier in the chart at this price. It could have dropped through that. And if I bought here and it kept dropping, I would have immediately sold. I tried to buy here in this upper one as it was hitting the bottom of it. And you can see it fell. So I immediately sold. I only took a couple pennies loss here because I had a very tight stop loss. I'm not going to sit around and watch it drop from 22 to 17, but I'm willing to take a chance at the bottom of a demand zone. I tried, didn't work out. I immediately got out. Monday morning, I bought, and it immediately zoomed up. You can see here this next day, the top wick hit the top of this demand zone, mediocre.
Yeah.
I sold right there at 21.35. Actually, I sold at the top of the candle, 21.35. So not a whole lot, $2 profit, but not bad for a day. And
I didn't even get the opportunity. I'm glad you did, though.
And my belief, I waited a day. We got a red candle. I was like, I think, we're likely to trade back down into this. But what happened? What happened yesterday? Are you guys paying attention? Word got out on social media that someone was buying buku August 30th, $30 Chewy calls. And what happens? Chewy and GameStop start taking off. I said on my last short video, if you want this thing to go up, beg Ryan Cohen or Roaring Kitty for some news. We got a little bit of news. That some big buyer was going in buying $30 strikes for August 30th on Chewy. Was that the catalyst that made it go up, or was it just recovering and it's going to head back into this demand zone? I don't really care. I don't care. I just want to be smart on my buys and smart on my sells because I am only swing trading GameStop. So what I said to myself all day today, since I got out on Tuesday and it ran up Thursday, I wanted to see, if we rejected off of here. We did not reject off of this. So I wait one more day. Patience. We push through. All right. Another good bullish sign. We got two green candles. What do I see next up here? We got the demand zone up above, which I'd like to see us go through. But on the daily, we also have the, on the weekly. Now that 200's way up there. The 200's below. So maybe it was the 1 hour. Yeah. The 200 moving average is right here on the 1 hour chart, mediocre. 22.15. So what I posted in the Discord this morning, if you're in VIP, I said if it gets over about 22.20, I would be an interested buyer today. What did we top out at? 22.17. That was my fear, is that this 200 was going to act as something for it to bounce back off of, a rejection point. What do you think, mediocre, looking at that chart? Is he still here? He left. So if
sorry about that.
My thought was if it pushed through the 200, we could get some technical buying, some algorithmic buying by going over the 200 on the 1 hour.
It could happen. I would wait to see. It would have to break through that to get a move, I would think. It's either
right. That's why
I reject.
That's why I said on my Discord this morning, if it breaks through the 200, then I would be an interested buyer, even though I just sold for a lower price. I don't care about the price. I only care about the direction.
Yeah, the directions what matters, the momentum, right? If it breaks through that and it's got momentum to go up, you're going to ride the momentum up there. That's,
So now I'm back in the, we didn't break the 200. and I will wait and see what happens on Monday.
Yeah.
If it rejects back down, then I'll be patient, see if it goes down to the bottom of this demand zone. And if it breaks through, maybe we get some momentum that takes us all the way back up to 23, 24. I mean, look, there's a pretty good range. I don't mind getting in at 22.20 if it wants to run all the way up to 28 again. That'd be fine with me. We're going to finish this talking about the financials, and then we'll talk about trading cards with Hallie. There's no financial reason for GameStop to be trading at 28. $20 is pretty reasonable. 17 is pretty reasonable. The book value is $10. The analyst price is 14. I think with the retail extra sentiment added, 17 to 20 right now is pretty safe.
Yeah, I mean it is.
It's not a lock. I mean, the lock is what the analysts are saying. The big money is going to try and push it down to 14, but I don't know that you can, and I don't know that the shorts really want to risk Ryan Cohen dropping some announcement of what he's doing with $4 billion cash.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking. It's just like kind of a dumb short under $20, which is another reason why it popped back up, and another reason why I wanted to buy when it dropped down here. I don't think there's any willpower to short it under $20 unless
Ethan
bad news comes. Huh?
I said, Ethan says the old Kansas City shuffle.
The old Kansas City shuffle. So here, my take on it is there's no fundamentals or financials that justifies a price over $20, but it can trade over that, and that's fine. I'll just trade the momentum. But in the back of my mind, until I see some new numbers from Ryan showing earnings, it's overvalued over $20. It's overvalued over $14. They have potential. They got $4 billion worth of potential. But here's where people are lying to you. They're telling you GameStop's making $1 million a day in interest. That's one lie that I see on social media from big names. It's not making $1 million a day in interest. Number one, I don't know if you guys looked at the last 10Q, but they sold off almost all of their treasuries that they were holding. They dropped from over 220 million down to 83. Number two, at no point did they have more than 25% of their cash invested in treasuries. So these guys are out there telling you the company, oh, they definitely invested all $4 billion in treasuries, and they're making $1 million a day in interest. Where's your evidence? You are just pumping fake information to pump the stock. You don't know that. And you shouldn't be saying stuff like that because there's no evidence of it. Do I hope that they invested the cash? Absolutely.
I hope they do too.
But look at their history. I mean, you got a year going back. They've never invested more than 25% of their cash. So why are you thinking now they invested 100% of it? Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I'd be really careful what you're promising folks out there on social media. That's what I'm saying. So I don't buy the $1 million a day interest bullshit. But hey, if they fully invested it and they're making $500,000 a day, beautiful. We'll find out in a couple months. I wouldn't count on it based on their track record till now. That's one thing that I want to talk about. The second is this book value nonsense. People telling you, lying to you, telling you that, oh, if you look at their competitors, they're trading at 5x book value. Book value of GameStop's $10. True. Therefore, a GameStop should be trading at 50. Bullshit. Quit lying to people. Go read a book. Learn. Those companies are trading on multiples of earnings because they actually have earnings. The book value is irrelevant. They're not trading at 5x book because of book. Go look at the earnings, the multiple of earnings. They have earnings. They've invested their money and they're generating profits. They have a reasonable PE ratio. That's why they're trading at their price. But since these dipshits can't talk about earnings, they lie to you and talk every day, all day about book value, and they're lying to you. Or they just don't know what they're talking about. And God bless them. God bless them if they're that dumb. Nobody cares about book value unless the market cap is under book value. And then as a value investor, we might go in and say, do we have something good here? Do we have a turnaround story? A la Keith Gill in 2020 when GameStop was trading under book value. Then it was a deep fucking value. But now no one cares about book value. We want to see earnings. We want to see that capital put to use. Whether you're investing it in treasuries, whether you're buying companies, whether you're investing in the business, do something to generate earnings, and where we don't have to see a PE ratio of 270, because that is not going to hold up.
Tony, where is Keith Gill?
I don't fucking know. I don't know.
I mean, is he going to come back? Is he going to tell us anything? Is he going to put out any YouTube videos? He going to find us some deep value plays? What's he going to
do? I mean, I would love it. I'd love to find out that those $30 August 30th calls on Chewy were Keith Gill, and that we all have some meme stocks in our portfolio. I bet we'd all like a little meme stock pump, even if it's for a day. I'll take it. Keith, where you at, buddy?
I'm just going to say this. Like, I don't dislike Keith Gill at all.
I don't either.
Just for the record. I just like to poke fun. Like, I think he's a very intelligent guy, and he understands fundamentals of the company and the financials of the company, right? I believe that he's very good at looking at financial statements and understanding value of a company. I think he's very good. And if he ever wanted to hang out and talk that kind of stuff, I'd be interested. But for the most part, you know, I know why he's really. I have an opinion on why he's not out here talking too much. What do you think, Tony?
I think he doesn't want to tell people he sold GameStop. Mediocre. Ethan, we're going to get to the AMC questions in just a minute, amigo. Let us finish off GameStop. Whatever GameStop questions y'all have about the finances, the ratios, the balance sheet. Is $4 billion cash great? It's fucking fantastic. Is no debt great? It's beautiful. Everyone would love to have $4 billion cash and essentially no debt. However, Wall Street doesn't care.
No, they don't.
And I hear these YouTubers say, Wall Street, just wait, Wall Street. When you see the next 10Q, you're going to find out that book value is not $4, it's $10. Wake the fuck up, you dummies on YouTube. Wall Street knew the second the 10Q, the second GameStop raised money, they already knew what the new book value was. Everybody knows what the new book value is. Everyone knows it's $10. They're not looking at Webull. Probably shouldn't. Boss, hello, Ken. Don't invest in GameStop. The book value is $4. I see it here on Webull. Come on, guys. They're not dumb. They know the book value is $10. They don't care. The reason the stock price is not moving to the 50 that you're telling people it's going to go to is because they're waiting for earnings. So cash on the balance sheet is it's a powerful potential weapon that Ryan Cohen can wield. And I think you're dumb to short GameStop below 20 because that weapon's sitting there. It's locked and it's loaded, and you don't want to be in the line of fire when and if he drops some announcement. I wouldn't short it. I don't short stocks, period, anyways, but I think they're dumb to short GameStop under 20 because Ryan could drop a bomb on them. And even if the bomb he drops values the company at $22, you know what retail is going to do, mediocre? Oh, we're buying somebody. They'll run it up to $40 for a day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
it'll run up for a day or two and then it'll come back down to the new valuation. But GameStop's got a beautiful balance sheet. But the people that are giving you the valuation of the stock don't know what they're talking about on YouTube. Plain and simple. And nobody's going to care about the next 10Q, the next earnings. The price is not going to move if there's not some announcement about an acquisition or some tangible change to earnings. I'm actually worried that the revenue and earnings are going to fall again. And now we're going to shift into talking about trading cards, because I know Hallie wants to talk about that. But I'm worried. I'm worried that their revenue situation is not going to be good. And if there's no earnings, no one's going to care. And little screen updates from $4 to $10 on book value. It ain't going to matter jack shit. Hallie,
it matters, Tony. It matters.
Well, surprise, motherfuckers! You're about to find out it don't matter. You're gonna find out. You're gonna find out you've been lying to people for 3 months, and they're gonna find out too. Hallie, I'm gonna go in the live stream voice, and let's talk about trading cards for a second. Then we'll go on to AMC. Hallie, you still here?
Let's go, Hallie.
Join the live stream voice channel up there, Hallie. Maybe I need to upgrade your privileges. Can you see it? Hang on.
Gus.
I know. Gus said, what happened to Boss Blunt's exchange? I think he's still working on it, Gus. They're doing fundraising. Verified member. All right, Hallie, you're verified. I'm only doing that because I already know you've previously been a member. You should be able to see it now. Come in the one that I'm in that says live stream voice. Can you see that? Or I can just join you up there.
Yeah, I'm go over there.
All right, let me do a screen share so they can hear you. Can y'all hear him?
Can you hear me?
Not yet. I have Discord muted, so I don't hear him on the stream yet.
Hallie, let me change my audio settings on Discord. It's coming through my speakers, and I don't want my microphone picking that up.
Can you guys hear me?
I hear you. Yeah, I have my mic on mute. Can you guys hear Hallie now?
Not yet, Tony. Oh, unless I can't hear because I'm on. I only hear on Restream. Hang on. Maybe they are hearing them. Hang on. Let me do this.
Anya says no. David says yes. Gus says no. Not in Discord. I want y'all. Can you hear us on camera? Gus says no. No. All right. Let me try again. Here's something. Remove that screen share. Share screen.
Am I echoing, Tony, to you?
Yes. Yes, you're echoing.
All right, hang on. What about now?
No. How about now? Can y'all hear him now?
I hear him, but I'm in Discord, so.
There's about a 30-second delay, mediocre. So I'm going to give it a few seconds. Holly, keep talking. God damn it, Bobby. We used to use what? Oh, you want to do that? Yeah, we can do that. That'd be easier.
Yeah, it'd be way easier.
All right. I'm gonna close down my Discord then, and let's do that. Let me message you in Discord. Hang on. I'll send you an invite. A great idea. Add guest.
All right, I just left the Discord.
Paste. All right, try that. You should have an invite in your DMs on Discord. Yeah.
Hang on, on camera, guys. Hold on a sec. That's my. Can you guys hear me? All right.
Yeah, go ahead and leave the Discord voice chat so you don't get an echo. I'm
just gonna log out of
close
Discord
that too.
altogether. Actually, there we go. How's that?
Beautiful.
All
I
right,
think everybody can probably hear you now.
Yeah, just let me change. I got my webcam, so I have
Ooh.
a couple. There we go. Hey, it's been a minute. Oh, look at that big freaking ugly head of mine. Wow, it has been a minute. Let me just turn this off, and I'll put you up here. Hey, how you doing, guys? It's been so long.
What's up, buddy?
Doing good. You're up in Canada or something, aren't you?
I am. And you know, I got into something, 2 years ago, just to give you kind of example of something that's probably worse than the stock market, and that is trading cards. And Tony, I did bring some Dallas flavor for you to look at. There's Wyatt Johnson, Miro Heeskin, and these will actually be something I'm going to talk about in a second.
Oh, nice. So you got into trying to make money with trading cards?
Well, yeah, 2 years ago, my son actually got me into it. We used to go like Tim Hortons coffee, and he'd always said, "Dad, can I get a pack of Tim Hortons hockey cards?" And I'm like, "All right." And then we got.
Well, then you are actually the perfect person for me to bounce some of my concerns and questions off of.
I have a ton of concerns on this GME, and I actually came with like.
Oh, I thought you were gonna be the bull.
No, I think this is a disaster, to be honest with you.
No, but I heard from the GameStop YouTubers that they're gonna make billions off it. It's gonna be the best quarter ever.
No, it's honestly, like, Tony, just to give you some context. I've been doing sports cards basically out of my house through an eBay store. I'm not going to promote that. That's not right for me to come on here and do that. We just celebrated our 2-year anniversary. And just like I said, just with me, can I swear on this channel? Is that still allowed?
Fucking A.
I picked up this word from my boss at my real job. He always says fiddle fuck around. So here I am fiddle fucking around my house selling like trading cards. And I started literally like with a handful of cards 2 years ago, and now we've got probably $30,000 worth of inventory and over $40,000 in sales in 2 years. But it was like,
Ellie, are you making money? That's the question.
Wait.
Oh,
how many cards is $30,000 worth of inventory?
Oh God, I'm looking at a table with about 30,000. Well, not 30,000. Probably about 5,000 cards on it.
Okay, because GameStop has 5,000 cards for sale.
Yeah, good luck with that.
So what you're telling me is that's about 30,000. But I'm being told they're going to make hundreds of millions off of trading cards this quarter.
No, it's impossible. And like there's big changes going on in the market right now, and just let me kind of preface all this. Like, I learned about this market. I've literally spent, like, you with stocks and mediocre with stocks. Like, you guys devote yourselves to this, and you guys do a great job. Tony, I'll still admit I can't read a chart to save my life, so I come on your channel. But trading cards I've learned, and it was kind of like a good niche for me because I know sports. Right?
Yeah.
I will admit I don't know basketball that well. Football I'm good at. Baseball, hockey I'm good at. So I want to kind of preface how I found out about this whole GameStop, like what I call the beginning of building inventory that's never going to move. And
the inventory's been growing, which the GameStop guys are excited about. And as someone who has owned retail businesses myself, I'm thinking like, this is a ship headed into the rocks here.
100% it is. It really is. And here's where the one thing I've learned is trading cards is all about fresh inventory, velocity, getting it out the door. If you're sitting on a card too long, you're going to end up like devaluing it.
But Hallie, I was told today that this is beautiful that their inventory is growing because they're sitting on an appreciating asset.
No. And that's why I wanted to come on to explain.
I know, but
like,
I'd like, since you're actually in the business, you are the perfect guest to give folks the real unvarnished truth.
Yeah.
Hallie, turn around. I think your back is extremely hairy right now.
He's calling you a bear.
Oh, okay. Mediocre. I haven't gotten used to your sense of humor yet. I like it. It's like a very dry sense of humor. It's very funny. You come up there just like below the radar, and then all of a sudden you just come up and you're like, snap. Right?
I try.
But here, I'm going to preface this whole conversation, just with this starting point. If GameStop is going to speak or stay just to like Pokemon and what we call TCG cards, which is just trading cards of that such, then I think they'll be okay because they usually don't fluctuate too much in price. Like you'll get, I'm going to say like probably butcher the hell out of this. Like if you Pikachu or whatever will go up and down. I do no Pokemon, by the way. I'm all sports.
Mm-hmm.
If they get into sports, it's a recipe for disaster.
Why is that?
Well, because
in your expert opinion as a trading card business owner.
Yep. Sports cards are more volatile than stock. It is literally another form of the stock market. And I actually pulled some cards out that I wanted to give you like some examples. And I'm going to cater. I don't know if I have too many football fans, but I don't know if you can see that too well. Do you remember this guy, Mac Jones, with the Patriots? Anybody remember him?
I don't. Mediocre might.
Who is it? Mac Jones?
Yep.
Oh, Mac Jones. Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah. Do you remember him?
Yeah, I do remember him.
Okay, good, because not too many other people do. And here's the problem. Here's where I'm going with this. When he first came out, right, his card was hot, and now I don't even know where he is now.
I don't even think he's playing, is he?
I don't think so. I think he's, oh God, what do I want to say, Carolina? But anyways, that's the point, is that this card overnight literally plummeted in price, right? Like, and
Absolutely.
I got a great example here. I pulled one out of my own.
But how would that affect GameStop, or how would that affect you? I'm thinking like if you bought the card and you're sitting on it, you couldn't move it, and then the price drops, you get fucked as the inventory holder.
This is the problem. And I have a great example here of a card. So the big hype right now in the U.S. in hockey is Connor Bedard. He's become a household name. He's the second coming of Jesus, apparently. This guy here, Lucas Reichel, he is on the Chicago Blackhawks. The day that Connor Bedard was announced that he was going first overall in the NHL, all the Chicago Blackhawks cards spiked in price. This card that I'm holding was a PSA 10, right? It's basically the best grade you can get from PSA.
Yep.
This card was going for close to $100. Now this same card is not even $20, right? So, and that literally happened overnight. I look at this guy, and I'm going to use your hometown boy here, Wyatt Johnson, right? Dallas Stars. Kid's a stud, by the way. Kid's an absolute. Who you got there? Who's that, mediocre?
Dryden Hunt. You know who Dryden Hunt is?
Yep. I know Dryden Hunt.
Okay. I'm sure you do because you're a Canadian, right?
Yep.
Do you think anybody in our audience knows who Dryden Hunt is?
No.
Exactly.
No. But I'm going to go back to this Wyatt Johnson example right here. This is a perfect one. So Stanley Cup playoffs are coming around. Wyatt Johnson was absolutely on a heater. Like, this kid is somebody to watch. If Tony, if you get a chance to go down and get a Stars game, you got a good team right now, and Wyatt Johnson's fun to watch. But during the playoffs, he was like racking up goals. I think he had 2 hat tricks in the playoffs. His card spiked up to a PSA 10 was going for about $200. Now it's down to $100. Now here's the danger with GameStop is you're going to be going into a game store, and I'm going to be talking Wyatt Johnson to some kid in the background that doesn't know nothing about sports. And how is he going to comp the card, right? And when we talk about comping cards, like you have to have a comp to buy it, right? But here's the thing: if I'm walking into GameStop at the $200 level, right, and I'm going to go and I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to sell you this card. How are they going to comp it? Used to be Beckett was the gold standard. Beckett is no more.
I don't think that the person behind the counter is making that decision.
Well, there
There's
may
no
be
way they can.
guidelines. Right. And this is the thing, like nobody's really talked about their comping infrastructure yet. So I know if I walk into like a card store that specializes in trading cards and that's their business, they have usually a set model that if I'm walking in and selling this to you, they don't use Beckett anymore. Beckett used to be like the gold standard. I don't know if anybody remembers the old Beckett magazine you would buy every month, and they would tell you here's the card prices, and they would change every month. Well, now in the digital age, everything's changing almost on the daily.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's kind of gone by the wayside. So people are actually using eBay for their comps now. So they go in and you put in like, Wyatt Johnson, Young Guns rookie card, PSA 10, and then you go the advance, and then you hit the completed sales, right? And then what they'll do is they'll say, okay, well, here, the last couple sales were $200. Let's just say, use round numbers. So most card shops will go in and say, okay, I'm going to give you, if you want cash, I'll give you 60% of the comp, right? Because these guys have to make money, right? And if they say, hey, look at like, actually, I want to store credit, then they'll probably go to like 75 because they're kind of double dipping, right? They're going to make about 25% margin on the trade card, and then they're going to get whatever margin they make on wax boxes and stuff like that, which is absolutely slim. Like most card stores make about 15 to 20% on a wax sealed box. These are the packs you buy.
You just gave me my homework assignment for the weekend because I already did some homework into the GameStop trading cards. Like I went into my local GameStop. I said, hey, I'm hearing great things on YouTube from the GameStop channels that you guys are killing it with these trading cards. The inventory is just flying off the shelves, yada, yada. I said, how many of people brought in here to trade into you? He said, I think maybe 2.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, what? 2? But I was told they're flying off the shelves.
Yep.
He's like, well, we did have 3, but we couldn't take 1 because the case was scratched. It was a graded card, but the case was scratched, and we can't accept that. What I neglected to ask him is, how do you value the card? Okay, I understand if I have a card, I got to send it off, get it graded. They send it back to me in a case with the certification. Now I have a legit tradable card. I take that into GameStop. Who values that? I don't know the answer to that. But
and when you go into a traditional card store, the guy behind the counter usually is
they're experts. They're experts, right? You can't train 5,000 GameStop employees around the country to be experts in trading cards.
No,
So
there's no way.
They must have some system where you plug it in, I would guess, and it spits out a value.
They may link up to they may try and draw off some database like eBay. And I'm going to talk about something big that's actually really changing the market right now. That this is going to be really, I don't know how GameStop overcomes this, but I'll talk about that. This is kind of like the cherry on top part. But I guess getting back to my original point is that you're 100% right. How do you value it? It's easy. The method right now is exactly how I explained it. eBay is the comp god right now, right? You just go and look at your last 5 sales on eBay, and you take your average.
That's reasonable. I've sold, various household items on eBay, and that's exactly what I do. I find my item that was sitting in my garage for the last year that I'm not using. I look at the last 5 sales, and I price right around there, or maybe a little bit less.
Yep. And
that's legit.
Yeah. And usually if you're running like a card business, and here's the other kind of thing that people get into, and I do the odd time, is there's bulk buys right now, like where somebody will bring you like a collection, like a big 3-shoe box of cards, right? Like how are they going to be able to do that deal? If I walked in right now with a triple shoe of cards, it's like 300 cards. How are you going to comp that? How are you going to make me offer me money on that? I don't see how this works. So that's kind of like part one, is that this is where I see the inventory is going to grow, because unless you're keeping up with the players, unless you're keeping up with you actually have to go down to like the baseball, you have to do major leagues, AAA, then you have to know all the prospects coming up, because you could look and you have to know the different variants in the card. Everybody knows who this guy is, right? This is hang on a second. Ellie Cruz.
Do you have a GameStop in your area?
Unfortunately, I do.
All right. Well, don't say unfortunately. GameStop's a fine company, and we love their investors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But here's something that I'm thinking. Like, if you are an expert, why don't you go arbitrage some of your cards at GameStop?
I was thinking about trying it. Like, I was just gonna see how smart this kid was. Like, I could pick. I'm trying to find a card here.
Take some of your cards that you paid $20 for, and see if they'll offer you 40.
I'll take this Corbin Carroll Chrome rookie card. Everybody knows who Corbin Carroll is.
That's what I'd fucking do if I had a bunch of cards and someone's willing to pay me more for them, and I want to move my inventory, right?
Yeah, but
I mean, I would try it.
But here's my point too: is that, like, how are the kids like? So I'm going to use this one again. Everybody knows who this is. Like Ellie De La Cruz, Cincinnati Reds, kid's most like explosive player to play the game, right? You know, that's one variant card. Like, there's different variants of these cards, right? So this is what they call the chrome version of it. It's kind of like got a sheen to it.
Yeah.
But then there's like actually a paper version. So this chrome one, graded 10, would be close to like $100. If you go and grade a paper one, it's going to be like $50. Right?
Oscar says they have an online database to look at market value.
Yeah, sure.
And yes, I agree. I think we just covered that. They only accept graded cards, and it's the customer's responsibility to get the card graded before you go into GameStop.
Yeah. So this is going to take me down. Go ahead, mediocre.
I was going to ask, how does GameStop know if the card's graded or not? Like, do you have to show documentation that
it comes in a case with a label from the grading company, mediocre. You have to send your card in to a grading company. They inspect it, they validate it, they put it in a special case. It's got a label and a barcode.
Yeah, just like that there. I'm holding that up.
Well,
this is a PSA. PSA. Yeah, PSA is like the gold standard.
However, Hallie, did you see on Reddit today someone posted a picture of a counterfeit label from a grading company?
Yep.
You did see that? What do you think about that?
Honestly, I look at the technology right now. Like, grading companies are a little bit behind. I've actually started a partnership with what I call Tag. I'm not going to promote them too heavily. I mean, they're getting pretty well known, but you really can't counterfeit this.
Someone said they ordered a card from GameStop digitally. They received it in the mail, and only then they found out that it was a counterfeit card.
Yeah, and that's very possible.
That's scary.
Yep, because if you look at PSA, like, PSA really has to step it up. They are unfortunately the gold standard. Everybody loves PSA, but look at that label you get with PSA. It can be done on a printer very easily, right? And you can also bootleg this. And to get these cases are like easy to get. So to have a counterfeit PSA or SGC or Beckett, or there's like so many different grading companies. It's very highly plausible to get it. And that's why I kind of partner with Tag, because everything is etched on, and then with every tag you get like a little barcode. You can't really see it too well, I'm sorry guys, but you get like a little a QR code that if you scan that, it takes you right to the report on why your card got a 10 or a 9 or an 8, right? Like, you can physically see the card. So it's
Hallie, in your expert opinion, what margin do you think? It's a dual question. What margin do you think GameStop is making on these? You hinted at it a second ago.
Yeah.
And if you had to put that in terms of an average dollar value over, let's say, the 5,000 they have, what do you think of the average dollar profit they would make off of those?
I don't think you could do it by the dollar, Tony. And here's why I say that is
because they vary so widely in
price.
God,
yes. Like, I have an Austin Matthews rookie card. He's Toronto Maple Leafs, 70 goal scorer. Right?
I mean, but you could run a query in your database and say we've got 5,000 cards. They range from $40 price to $900 in our GameStop database. Sum all those up, divide by 5,000. Here's our average price. You could do that.
You could do it that way. I mean, I could do that in my eBay store really quick, because I could just literally take my.
I'm just trying to. The reason I'm asking that, and I'm really trying to hone in on, are these people being truthful on YouTube, telling folks that the company is going to make millions or hundreds of millions this quarter from trading cards?
No. And this is going to be the cherry on top. Now, I want to talk about the business side of it and how I see this inventory is just going to explode. Right. And it's going to be, I think you're going to see something like, when you used to go into a GameStop.
When you say inventory is going to explode, that is not a good thing.
No, it's not. Because if you don't know your players, you don't know your inventory, what's hot, what's moving, you could be stuck with a lot of stuff that you're going to end up throwing in those wire bins they put out front for $1 a piece, right? So you could have paid, like, I'll go back to the Reichel. You could have paid $100 for this card, right? It may end up in a clearance bin, a year later. Like,
it'll be a digital clearance bin.
100%. And I mean, it's like I said, the keys with cards, if you watch any video from any mainstream guy, and I'm going to actually talk about what we call the card father, he will tell you it's always velocity. If you're sitting on it, like if your inventory is not fresh, not moving, not turning within 30 to 60 days, you are going to be sitting on that card for a very long time, right? Unless you blow it out, right? So
I believe it. I mean, when I heard like I said, when I heard them on YouTube today talking about the inventory just grew from 3,000 to 5,000, I was like, oh no. But they were celebrating. I'm like,
yeah, but
what a bad take. What a way to spin a shit pie into an apple pie.
Yep.
They're getting excited about the wrong stuff.
How much is GameStop actually investing in this card deal?
Not a lot, mediocre, because I mean, 5,000 cards. Let's just pick an average price, $100.
Yep, that's fair. I mean, you could use $100 if they're all PSA 10s. That's fine.
$500,000. It's not a lot.
Yeah.
No.
And then their margin on that is what, Hallie? You think?
So
20, 30, 40%? Let's say 35%.
I would say they were not going to comp out more than 30%.
All right. So $500,000.
Yeah.
30%, you got $150,000 profit.
Yeah.
Is that going to make your quarter this year?
No.
And this is the thing, like, I look at it this way. The key thing, Tony, is that how are they going to do the comps, right? So, like I said, most guys, they're going to go 60% if you want cash, 75% of the value, right? If you're going to buy something else. So they're double dipping, right? I mean, what are they going to do? You're going to walk in there and the guy's going to say, hey, look, I'm only going to give you 40, 50% comps. I mean, you'd be stupid. Go throw it on eBay yourself, right?
Yeah.
Like that's silly. But here's the other thing too, is that, and I'm going to go back to my original point. If they stick to just Pokemon, I think they'll be fine, because Pokemon doesn't fluctuate as bad as sports cards does, right?
Yes.
You may get your
sports cards move.
Well, here's the other thing I hear them saying. You could buy this card on GameStop right now for $90. It's selling on eBay for $120. So they're already shortchanging themselves.
Yep.
But to get the card, they're cutting corners.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, what are they going to offer? I just don't. It's great. It's always great for any business to be adding revenue streams. I'm not knocking the fact that they're getting into trading cards. I'm knocking the people that are overhyping it, that it's going to be a game changer for this quarter or next quarter.
Are you telling me that they'd be better off selling microwave popcorn?
No. Any extra revenue stream that a company wants to bring in is beautiful.
It is.
I agree.
You should not bank your investment thesis on trading cards.
Listen, as long as they're not using wildly amounts of capital on a risky business venture, I'm good with it, right?
Yep.
They're not risking $500,000. Like, let them do it for now. If it's going to keep the hype and the people talking about it, fine, let it do it. Maybe it doesn't make as much money. Okay, fine. I'm okay with that. At least they're doing something, right?
It's money. If it is a profit generating segment of the business, that's profit they didn't have before. Knock it out. Go ahead.
I mean, I think there's other things they can do with the money, but if that's what they're going to do, let them do it.
What other thoughts or concerns do you have, Hallie?
Oh, this is the big one. This is kind of the that's just a small piece of the pie, Tony. So
that was just a small piece. Oh boy.
All right,
let's get into the rest of the pie.
This is the big boy stuff now. This is huge. So over the last year, there's been a huge change in the market overall. And it's from the business side. And I'm not sure if you guys have you heard of a company called Fanatics?
Nope.
They do mediocre. I think you put your finger up, right? Like they do like the hats, the jerseys, everything like that, right? They just signed a huge deal with the NHL to do their jerseys. I think they're doing MLB, but this is where the market really started to change about 20. Actually, it started about 2022. Actually, is Fanatics went out and acquired Topps trading cards. Topps has been around for years, right? Like they were the OG.
I think they've been around since I was a kid.
Yeah, so they acquired Topps back in 2022, right? And so what basically now they've done is that they've got, this is how they're being smart about adding to their business. So you talked about adding a new revenue channel or a new stream to your business. This is where Fanatics really did everything right. And so what Fanatics did is they already had this bustling sports business, right? And they were actually controlling, they were showing more control with their distributors. And the fact that, they started to put standards out. If you want to sell our jerseys, our hats, and everything like this, you have to have a clean retail space. You have to do this with your website. You have to do so on and so forth. They put out a whole set of rules.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're doing the same with Topps. They went out and they bought the Topps brand, which was still just baseball at the time, right? And this is where the change is really starting to happen, is now they've rewritten the rules on all their dealers, right? So under this Fanatics Topps brand, you still have all these dealers, all these stores, right? So, I mean, here we have 2 GameStops in my town. We have 2 card stores, right? They both operate with Topps, and Topps has guidelines on what you're supposed to do with your product, right? So
I'm going to guess, based on my previous retail experiences, they also probably have some rules about what price you're able to sell at.
100%. Right. And here's where the other thing is Fanatics. They're almost creating a market where the card store is competing against Fanatics because the pricing is pretty much the same. Like they basically say like, this is your price on store, but people can come in and buy, on Fanatics for like the same price, like on fanatics.com. But here's where it's getting a little bit more interesting. So that was the first part of the acquisition, was getting Topps. And then they acquired a company called PWCC, which PWCC is like, it's like a whole all-in-one. I actually pulled it all up here so I can actually just talk about it as I'm going along. PWCC was like a collectible space that did a lot of grading and has a big market space as well, right? Like they have their whole online platform, okay, where they can actually go and sell cards and stuff like that. So now they've bought this company. So you kind of see where Fanatics is going. They've got the apparel business over here. They've got the trading cards over here. Now they're buying a marketplace for trading cards. Now there's talks that they're buying a grading company. So what they're trying to do now is Fanatics is trying to have everything under one platform. So now when I go and buy, like, say, this Ellie Dela Cruz card and I want to have it graded, I don't have to go and buy it from Fanatics, then take it over to PSA. PSA then grades it and sends it back to me. I can just go, hey, Fanatics, I want to buy this card, and check mark the box to say, can you please grade it for me as well? Right. So they're creating this whole dynamic underneath. And they just
an entire ecosystem that they own.
100%. 100%. So their whole thing with Fanatics is they're trying to 10x the hobby. And I think GameStop saw all this talk about like all these major players with Rob Veras from Burbank Cards, and I'll talk the card father as he's known. I'll talk about him in a second because he actually just did a huge move in the last week or two. Anyways, so they've been talking for the last year about 10xing the business, and they've gotten some key people in place. Their sports card investor, he just opened up a huge facility in Atlanta. Rob Veras, who he's done Burbank sports cards out of California for a long time, like a very long time. They're actually considered the number 1 sports card shop in the US. And he pretty much is in the know on anything to do with the industry. So going back to my point on this is that how does GameStop compete when now Fanatics has actually launched their own collectible auction site? Like I actually just used it for the first time this week, right? Where I can go in and buy my card and, everything like that. They haven't got the grading ironed out yet, but how do they compete when they're so late to the party? And I think that GameStop heard everybody talking about with Fanatics, we're going to 10x the business and so on and so forth. And then they looked and said, hey, we can do that too. Well, no, that's not your space. You're over here selling games and action figures. You're not into sports cards. You don't know the horsepower that goes into this. So this is where now things have really changed. And now if you look, what's the date actually? Fanatics has also been signing a ton of talent to their roster, like LeBron James, Tom Brady, because all these guys had exclusive card agreements right? Like they were only going to do for a long period of time. I think LeBron was only doing Panini, which Panini is another problem because Panini just lost the rights to the NFL, the basketball, NBA, sorry. So now they can't produce those anymore. Oddly enough, Fanatics has recently announced that they've signed agreements for both of those leagues, and now they have those players now under their umbrella. So now they have these representatives such as Tom Brady, and I'll get to why this is important in a minute, because they're launching what they call Fanatics Fest. And that's actually at New York, I think it is, in 2 weeks, 1 or 2 weeks. So a lot of these representatives, like you have the chance, if you're a Patriots fan, you wanted to go and see Tom Brady, or a Bucks fan, whatever team he was playing for at the time, you have a chance now to go and see him because Fanatics has him under. And then while you're there, guess what? You're going to buy a whole bunch of trading cards because they're going to have all these displays with all their new products and everything like that.
So to bring this back home to the GameStop investors, I just really want to know, I hear your point.
Yeah.
How does GameStop get traction in that industry when there's already big players that are established and plan to grow their market share? That is a good question, like to ask. I guess we're going to have to watch and see, but have you seen what, if any, activity in the space GameStop is doing to, besides sending YouTubers out to state parks to, interview people on top of a mountain? What are they doing to get their name brand out in the trading card space?
I honestly haven't heard much. How I actually came about this is a friend of mine from the US sent me an email that he got from GameStop, and it literally said, we're starting to take PSA cards. And I'm like, what is this message, right? Like, it was really weird when I first read it. I don't think so. I don't think they've done anything. And that's the other thing that Fanatics has really done, is they put a lot of marketing in it.
How do you find those? How do you find trading card customers? How do they?
Man. Okay, before I get into that, let me just one point.
I don't want to. I mean, we got to keep this short because we need to move.
I'm going to wrap it up in a minute. I'm going to wrap all this up in a second.
We got to hit on the things that, for me, the most important thing tonight is, what does a GameStop investor need to know?
I think that they need to be very cautious about this. I think that GameStop is playing a lot of catch up. And when you talk about getting new people, Fanatics, literally over the Olympics, just did the first ever trading card commercial national wide.
All right, but why does getting new people matter? If I can take any card into GameStop, explain it to me like I'm 5. If I can take any card into GameStop, why do I care what star signs with Fanatics?
Right. No, this is important because, like, GME, I'm just going to call them GameStop. I'll call them GameStop. They're not going to be able to get any of these guys representation, stuff like that. Like, if they're going to pound sports, you got to have the players there to keep the people in the door, right? Like, you have to have the ability to say, if I'm going to put LeBron James up on my placard, then I need to have him sign to a contract where I can promote, because a lot of these Fanatics are exclusives.
Oh, so you're saying for GameStop to advertise, they need to have a contract with that person?
Yeah.
If they're going to use their likeness in an ad or something?
100%. And Fanatics won't give that away. And like I said, is GameStop willing to do a national commercial to say that they have trading cards? Fanatics literally just did it. First time in card history that a commercial went during the Olympics, right? Like, they won't be willing to do that. And that's where I think, like, they're not realizing the amount of horsepower that Fanatics is pushing into this and to grow this space. And I mean, it honestly, I can speak from my own little, like I said, fiddle fucking around in the basement. It takes money to grow your business. I mean, my business isn't big. I scaled it up, and it was like, you had scalable goals. Like, I mean, I remember when I got a thermal laser printer to start so I didn't have to handwrite labels anymore. Right. But it has to be scalable, and you have to be smart. You have to know what you're talking about. And that's why I don't see this happening.
If I had to guess how your business went, Hallie, because I have one like that. You probably started out with, you had some seed money and you bought some cards.
Yeah.
And you made some profits. And you took those profits to buy more cards.
Yeah.
And then you got more profits, and you took those to buy more cards. And basically you spent your first X amount of time not even really making any money. You're just building up your inventory, right?
100%. Building inventory and building equipment.
I had a business like that. I still have it, but it's not an in-demand product right now. We're not going to talk about all of my businesses, but I started with $1,000 of inventory and rolled that into a business where I was generating 50,000 in sales a month. But my first 3 months, I didn't take any profit out of the business. I was building from $1,000 of inventory to tens of thousands of dollars of inventory. And I was in a fortunate time and space where I could churn that inventory, 30 or 40% of it on a daily basis. My biggest problem was getting more inventory.
That's the hard part sometimes. Like even in the card side, Tony, to be honest with you, you really have to be on the hunt, and you have to have, like, I have my list of hot players. I have my list of prospects that I'm following, to say, hey, this guy may break out. He's on the cheap right now, so maybe I'll invest in him a little bit.
I was going to say that it's very labor intensive, isn't it?
Oh God, yes.
My wife hated me at that point in our little journey. It was a one-man shop, right? It was me. My son helped me sometimes. Imagine shipping 100 packages a day around the country, doing 50,000 in sales now. And I remember the day, I'm going to buy a laser. I'm going to buy a thermal printer. I have over here boxes and boxes and just all of the stuff you need. We gradually grew to improve the efficiency, but I was still working 12, 15 hours a day, but my markup was over 100%.
So I'm not that. I'm probably,
if you're clearing 25,000 a month in profit, I just told my wife, this is not going to last forever. Just let me fucking work. Let me cook, baby.
100%. But I mean, like, you're only talking half the business, right, Tony? Like the efficiency stuff. Like I said, I still remember the days where, like, I would literally sit in the shop and I would be like handwriting, like, my address and then, their address, and then, put the stamp on it and send it off and stuff. And right now I have my thermal. Now I have my bigger printer. The other thing too is, like, when you get a card like this, it's like, okay, I got to get this on the eBay store. So now I'm sitting there taking pictures. Well, now I have a high speed scanner that I can, like, literally just pop it through, and it's two-sided.
Oh yeah, man, I hated that part. Oh, you got to take a picture of every inventory item. Then you got to put it on a website. Oh God.
I mean, it's like the whole collectibles industry is kind of that way. If you look back at, like, die-cast NASCAR cars, for example, just to have this conversation, right? Like you got a Revell, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Daytona 500 victory-winning car. You know where I'm going with this, don't you?
I'm old enough to know what Revell is. By the way, I'm very old. I'm gonna be 50 this year, so I know what Revell is.
You probably bought that thing for $250. It might have been worth $500 at its peak. What's it worth now? I mean, I haven't looked it up, but I could only imagine maybe it's worth a couple $100, maybe $150.
I'm glad you came on, Holly, because Hallie or Holly?
Hallie's fine.
Hallie. Yeah. Sorry, I change it every time I say it. He is a member of our Discord, but I saw you dropped off for a while and you just came back in today. So thank you for coming back.
I had the plans on coming back. It was like, honestly, the market was stale and stuff like that. And I just was sitting on stuff and focusing on the card business. So I was
I hope you share some of we have rooms in the Discord for talking about doing your own business. And I've helped some people in the Discord start their own businesses. I have been an entrepreneur. I did corporate life for 15 years. I've been doing my own thing for, I don't even know now, since 2003, I think it is 2004, like 20 years. Some have worked, some have not worked, some are cyclical. Like the one that I was making a lot of money on is, I'm not really focusing on that right now, but it's there ready to go at the moment I need it. I have a lot of experience of what works and doesn't work, and you now do too. And I in people that can help you. And like Hallie did, what I always tell people is find something you enjoy and learn how to monetize it. Right.
Like, honestly, for me, sports and cards was great. It was a good marriage. Right.
Yeah. And something that you're an expert at is helpful too. Like my business, I kicked off with my $1,000 seed money. I was not an expert at it. but I had to become one real quick.
Yep, 100%.
I just want to let you guys know that I'm not an expert at nothing. I'm very mediocre. Just so everybody's aware.
Mediocre sports fan. That's your other channel.
Let me ask you some. So let me just sum this up by asking you a couple true or false questions, because I wanted to get in. I've been wanting to talk about this trading card thing because I feel like people are being misled on YouTube from the GameStop channels.
Yep.
My thoughts as a business owner, many businesses over the last 20 years, not only in corporate but my own businesses, growing inventory generally is bad. True or false?
Very true.
Except if you're trying to ramp up a business like you did and like I did, you're trying to roll your profits into growing your inventory to a point where you can fulfill all customers. Maybe you give them a pass for some period of time of growing the inventory. What do you think about that?
Can I put my real job hat on?
Yeah.
My other job is like I said, I still sell toilets, Tony. That's my real job, not kind of sort of. But no, I mean, from my operations point of view, it really depends on two things when it comes to inventory: is what are your turns and what is your grimoire, right? Your gross margin return on investment. If you're sitting there and your turns are at 1 to 2, and your grimoire is 90%, that means you're losing 10 cents on every dollar invested, right? So it really depends on the factors. It goes back to my original point: fresh inventory, velocity, keep turning and burning. Every card store will tell you the exact same thing. If you walk into your local guy and say, "What's the secret of success?" they will tell you, turn and burn cards.
And that would mirror my experience. Like I grew my inventory from very small to shelves and shelves of inventory, but I was turning it on a daily basis. I was literally selling out of items, fighting to find more for tomorrow.
Yep.
I'm not sitting on 100,000 in inventory that's not moving. I was churning that shit.
And that's where it goes like you talked about the work from shipping and stuff like that. But then to Mediocre's point, then there's also the work of who is the next hot player coming up? How do I get his cards? How do I get that inventory so I'm ready for the rush? Right. And then the other downside of it is what happens if you get that player wrong? How am I going to exit that inventory?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that GameStop is actively like, oh, we want all of these cards. There seem to me to be more captive of who walks in the store and turns a card in over the counter.
I mean, is that really how it's working though? That's I want to know how is a guy at a counter who may not know anything about.
They have to have a database, Mediocre. They have to have a database that gives the guy.
But how do you put that responsibility to somebody that doesn't know anything about that?
He's getting a graded card in a case. He can probably scan it and verify that it's legit. What's the company they use?
Yeah,
PSA?
It could be any PSA. I'll just say PSA.
He can probably scan it and say, yeah, this is a legit PSA card, Mediocre. And he probably has a database that says you can offer X dollars for this card.
Yep.
And I think, I don't know, but I'm going to find out this weekend. That's a great point you brought up. Do they offer a different price for cash versus store credit? That's an excellent point.
Yeah. And most guys that you see, the major guys, if you look, there's one guy I follow, Card Collector 2 out of Ohio. I mean, he uses the same straight model, right? It's 60% cash, 75% comps. Most stores will do that because these guys have to make money off this trade too, right?
Right.
They got to keep the doors open somehow, and that's the way they do it. Right.
So my first true or false question was about inventory. We don't think growing inventory is a sign of health.
Depends on your sales.
Unless you have high velocity on inventory turns.
Yeah, if your sales, your turns, and your grimoire are all on the upside, then your inventory has to grow with it.
But us as retail investors trying to log in their website every day and, they have 3,000 cards, 3,300, 3,100, 4,000. We can't tell the velocity.
Yep.
We can't
100%.
tell.
So
I think it's very irresponsible and dangerous at this point for anybody on YouTube to be telling people they're making money hand over fist on this because you don't know the inventory velocity.
Yep, 100%.
You're just looking at a number on the screen. That is not enough information.
Can I throw one other point there? And this is actually something really pertinent to it. So I'm going to use you two as an example. Tony, I already know I'm just going to say Texas for you, right? And mediocre, what state are you in?
That's classified. That's classified.
Florida.
I'm in the Northeast.
I'll just say Florida. Let's just say Florida, okay? So Tony, we know you're in Texas and Florida, mediocre. Let's just pretend hypothetically you're in Florida. So let's just break it down to simple sports. So I'm going to use football and hockey. The inventory is also going to become very regional, Tony. And so if you go into most of your stores down in Texas right now, you're going to see Dallas Maverick inventory. You're going to see Dallas Star inventory, Dallas Cowboys, Houston Texans, Houston Rockets, right? You kind of get my point, right?
I don't even think that they display the cards in the store. It's like take the card in, put it on the database.
Okay. So this is my point, though, is that they're going to have a whole bunch of regions coming in. Now, same with Florida, right? If you go over to Florida, where mediocre apparently lives.
Maybe they do display it in the store. I don't know.
But then you're going to have a whole bunch of Panther inventory, Lightning inventory from hockey. You're going to have, you see my point? Like, it's going to be a lot of regional. And how do you stop? Let's just say, like, because we also know that with the economy too, a lot of states feast or famine, right? Depending on the shift in the economy. So all of a sudden, what happens if the auto industry goes south? Well, then all of a sudden you're going to see a flood of like people selling their collectibles from Michigan, right? That Michigan area, right? And I think this is the other danger to it as well, is that it's going to be a very regional inventory that's going to promote in, and you could have, and I think the fear with this inventory as well is that if you get too much from one region, and then that inventory or that those teams start to like do terrible, or they slow down or just recessionary, then all of a sudden you're stuck with a whole bunch of dead inventory that you possibly could not move. And that happens. Honestly, that happens. If you look at in Canada, I'm trying to think, Calgary actually is one right now that's going through like a rebuilding with the Flames. And I mean, right now, a lot of the Flame stuff is not really moving except for some of their or rookies, but that's about it. Right. And then I think people are just kind of selling off their stuff. So I think you get my point with that. So what was your next question, though? You talked about inventory growing.
The other question I have just in general is GameStop is going to make a record Q3 because of trading cards. True or false?
I'm going to say false, because there's so much momentum with Fanatics and what's going on with the industry. I just think that they won't be able to compete.
What'd you say, mediocre?
I said you're ruthless, dude.
No, I mean, I'm just, as a unemotionally attached person,
I don't disagree with you. Just,
I'm just looking at it, and I think it's great that they are pursuing other revenue streams.
Yeah.
I don't get, and I'm very worried about the people that are pinning their hopes on trading cards, making this a game-changing quarter for GameStop. I just don't see it. I'd love to be wrong.
Yeah. I don't see it. I really don't. Like, even like, I was listening to an interview with, I can't remember his name, but he used to own a company called Leaf. Leaf was like they didn't have any agreements with NFL or anything like that, but they had agreements with players. So they made like what they called non-licensed cards. Beautiful cards though. And they are acknowledged. And they had an interview with the gentleman that just sold Leaf. And he literally said, like, I don't know that they want to 10x the business. He doesn't think it's 10xable. He thinks it's like more like 5-6x, right? But I mean, you have to think of it in this perspective. I think it's all sexy to see what your competitors are doing, and they're not really. This is weird because Fanatics really isn't a GameStop competitor, because I mean the two companies totally do different things. But when you think about it, let's just break this business down to a simple philosophy.
Okay.
Trading cards are about memories. It's a hobby, right?
Yep.
It's collecting what you, and this is what I preach. I preach collect what you like. Like if you came to me tomorrow and said, hey, look at, hey, I want to start collecting cards. I'm like, Tony, what's your favorite team? If you told me Dallas Stars, then I would say, okay, like let's take a look at some Dallas Star guys, right? and start to build your PC or personal collection around that. And I don't think that's what GameStop's intentions are, right? Like they're not catering to the hobby. I think they're just trying to flip and make money off the hobby. And that's not really what it's about. Like even Fanatics will tell you the same thing. It's like they are not interested. They want to grow the hobby by getting new young people, the kids and stuff like that. Because that honestly, like if you talk like, where's my one card? Actually, here's a great one. Here's what it's all about. I have this card here. You guys probably don't know who this is. This is Eric Lindros, right? He was a huge draft pick back in the like 80s. This card was actually from like my high school days.
Mm-hmm.
I collected this card because it was a hockey player taking batting practice in a Toronto Blue Jays uniform.
Yeah, this it's like Bo Jackson.
I have some Bo Jackson, like the one where they did the black and white with him with the baseball bat, the shoulder pads. Yeah. Like to me, this is what it means. Like I saw this card, I bought it for $2. But this was to me a memory of a card I wanted when I was a kid, right? And now it's in my collection, right? And that's what the hobby's not about. And I think monetizing it, I think is going to be a very quick road to ruin, because that's not what the hobby's about, and that's not what the way the movement's going.
My only angle on this is what valuable information can I provide to GameStop investors? And my take on it right now, until we see numbers, is you should be cautious about overestimating the impact of the trading card business, and just trade the chart. Like it's an unknown. People are hyping the trading card thing right now because there's literally nothing else to talk about. And the analyst expectations for the gaming industry are down. It's going to go down for the next until Q4. So they have nothing else to talk about. The first, it was the CandyCon controllers. Well, that got dumped to the overboard real quick as soon as trading cards came out, because that was the shiny new thing. But the numbers to me don't add up to what these guys are pushing. And I get it. It's good to be excited about it. But imagine if I covered AMC and the only thing I talked about was popcorn.
Right.
It's like, it's a niche. It's a niche of the core business. It's not the core business.
Yeah. And I think this is the other thing too, is that, and this is my original point right from the beginning, if they go with Pokemon, I think there's a chance that they could do something with that. But if they dive into the sports thing, I can't see Topps giving them the license to sell Topps in GameStop stores. And if they do, it's not going to be.
So they can't even take a Topps card?
Well, they couldn't buy the boxes and the wax and stuff like that, like the sealed packs and the hobby boxes. Nah, they couldn't buy
Why
them.
not?
Because you have to have an agreement in place and you have to agree to their terms of service. Like if you Google Topps terms of service, you'll see a huge PDF document.
Huh. You should take a Topps card. Are Topps cards PSA graded?
Oh yeah, some are. I have a couple Topps.
All right, so go into your GameStop and put your camera on and try and sell them a Topps card, and then send me the video. I'm curious what they say.
I'm actually going to try. You know what? I'll take Lucas Reichel, the bus card.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. I'm not trying to.
No,
I don't want to be negative on GameStop, but I want to know these things as an investor. I want the real information, not somebody sitting on a live stream for 3 hours telling me it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, and we're going to.
No, Tony dropped. Yeah, he'll be back. Right. Well, I just want to say, so everybody knows, like, I don't know anything about cards. I haven't traded cards since, I was in middle school and high school, for God's sakes. Like, it's been that long. I know a lot about sports, but as far as GameStop and their trading card stuff, I don't know nothing about it.
Yeah. And you have to,
I'm not an expert either. That's I'm trying to learn as quickly as I can, but just knowing about retail business, I think it's being overestimated on YouTube.
Yep. Which
is fine. I mean, they're going to hold it for 10 years, 20 years, until they're grandkids. That's fine. You do whatever you want. But for my viewers, I want you to have real usable information from, Hallie. I didn't know you were coming on, but I'm glad you did, because you know far more about this industry than I do.
I appreciate the information.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, like I just, I like I said, I see the whole thing as like a huge debacle. To be honest with you, like there's just and I think Anya, I was reading the chat, and Anya made a great point as well. there is huge shows, and literally 3 weeks ago they just had what they call the National, which is like the biggest card show of the year in Cleveland, Ohio. And that's the other thing. Unless GME is willing to pound the pavement and go to and have a booth at all those shows, they're not going to get traction.
Beanie Babies.
Well, I
Beanie
wish
Babies since they came to my kids.
I wish them a lot of luck, GameStop, in their trading card business, and I hope they provide some numbers that everybody is ecstatic with. I personally, right now, have my doubts, and I'm not going to be buying GameStop based on any expectations for trading cards until they show me the numbers. Show me the money!
Yeah, Tony, I'll DM you this, but here, just write down these two guys. Rob Veras from Burbank Cards. He does a couple of really good interviews. Like, this guy is the OG.
Is he a YouTuber?
No, he has the biggest card show. He is the gold standard for card stores in the card business.
How do you spell his last name? Varis?
Veres. But you can put Burbank Cards. He did a really good interview with Jeff Wilson from Sports Card Investor. And the reason why Rob's really important, he's actually just he's terminated all his agreements. Well, not terminated, but he's slowly moving away from Beckett and eBay. He was probably one of their biggest sellers on those two platforms, and he's actually with Fanatics. So over the next 6 months, Burbank Sports Cards is going to have all their inventory for sale on the new Fanatics marketplace.
Okay.
But offline, you can kind of watch it's Jeff Wilson and Rob Veras interview. Just put Burbank Cards, Jeff Wilson, should come up on YouTube. It's about a half-hour interview, but Rob is he's very smart. And he actually, took time to spend time talking on the phone with me one day, and it was a privilege. But that's the one thing I would recommend is this.
Is that the two names, Rob Veras and Jeff Wilson?
Yeah, just with Jeff Wilson, Sports Card Investor. Just put that in brackets. You'll get a lot just from those two. They talk a lot of the business side of it, especially Jeff Wilson.
If GameStop is going to make millions or tens of millions off of this, I want to know before Wall Street does. But my general feeling right now is probably being overblown a little bit.
A little bit is. Like I said, I don't know enough about the Pokemon, but I don't know if they can survive on that. But I'll leave it on this note, guys. Is the one thing I will give you guys, and this is back to Mediocre's point. If anybody ever wants to start getting into trading cards and stuff, collect what you like. That's literally the key thing. Just if you like NASCAR,
Gathering's going to make it moon.
Don't they already have that?
What'd you say? You don't think what?
Magic the Gathering is going to make it moon.
I don't even know what that is.
It's some. I don't even know much about it. I think they already have it.
I like Magic. I'm not gonna lie, but it's a trading card thing.
Yeah.
I used to collect baseball trading cards back in the day when we were kids.
Yeah.
But
my PC, I'll tell you guys, is a lot of Toronto Maple Leafs, because of course I'm Canadian and Toronto Maple Leafs is the team. And I actually PC a lot of goaltenders and defensemen as well. And that's literally all I PC. I just collect what I like, and I think that's the other thing I worry about too, is GameStop going to be that shady business that, that kid comes in and he sees what do I got here? There was one I pulled out. It was kind of cool. I got this flashy Jalen Waddle. And if you guys are Miami Dolphins fans, you know what Jalen Waddle is, but see how that thing shines and glares and is green and everything. I think my fear is that what happens if you get that shady guy behind the counter at GameStop and he says, "Hey kid, with $50 in your pocket, how would you like to own this nice flashy green card?" Right? Instead of directing a kid. I get more joy out of just telling a kid. I remember, I'll tell you one story and then I'll get out of here. This one kid never collected in his life before, and he was my neighbor's at the time's friend. And I said, "So what do you collect? And what team do you like?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm a big Montreal Canadiens fan." That kid gave me $15 and he walked out with 10 cards of all of his favorite players. Right. And that to me was more beneficial. And these were good players like Cole Caulfield. So you guys wouldn't know these guys, but that was more satisfying to me, that I could literally just start this kid on a journey to say, "Hey, look at I'm not going to sit here and try and sell you the Cadillac and take all your money for one card." Right. Or to try and get out of a bad investment card, which that happens too. But it's like that kid walked out with like literally a handful of cards, the players he liked, and he spent $10, right? Like that's it, and that's the essence of the hobby right there. So.
Well, I appreciate all your knowledge, and we may have you on as we get some more questions. Please go test out the tops theory, and also test out if you can arbitrage one of your cards that you bought cheap for a higher price, selling it to GameStop, because that may be an extra income stream for you.
Yeah, leasing GME would be great.
I have a little bit of homework myself. I need to go in and see, are the cards behind the counter, and I want to ask the staff if I can, what's your process? Where do you get the value from? Like, how do you know what to offer? I don't know the answer to that. I went in and asked some questions, but I had not thought through all of the questions I should ask while I was there.
Yeah. The other thing too, Tony, is don't be afraid to like Google like a local card shop, right? And just like swing by, and have a look at how they do it. How do they display stuff? Like they have literally probably I don't know what you call it, glass tops displays and stuff like that, where all the
that's a great idea. Before I ever talk on a video about trading cards, I need to get better informed about it. But I think it's going to be such a small niche of their income. I haven't really dedicated a lot of time to it. I'm just watching people like dig their grave over promising stuff. And maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe they'll be right. I guess we'll find out in a couple months. But
I remember when I was 18, 17, 18 years old, like GameStop was brand new, I think. And it was coming out, and all we had was mom and pop shops, like what we're talking about here. And they're still around today, not as profitable as they once were, but they're still around. They're still making money, right? And the reason is GameStop basically came in and crushed all those mom and pops.
Yeah.
But all they had left was the trading card stuff. But I'm old now, so I haven't been in a while, so I don't really know what to expect, to be honest.
I can't, that's a great point you bring up, mediocre, and I can't speak to this in the U.S. I only see it from a Canadian perspective. But one thing that's really taken off is retro gaming, right? And there's still a lot of retro gaming stores where you can go buy like the old NES stuff and whatnot. But I mean, you talk to those guys and they'll tell you the same thing. It's all about velocity.
You could buy an NES emulator. Like I have 3 NES emulators. I mean, I love NES, but
mediocre. I thought you weren't even a gamer.
No, I'm not a gamer, Tony. Didn't you see my logo here? Let me show you, Tony.
King of Pac-Man.
Hold on. Here you go. Let me do this here. Here you go, Tony. You see my logo there, Tony? That has nothing to do with gaming at all. Nothing.
You mean that's not like a rare character that you got from playing a game for months?
No, Tony, that's not a rear mask in Grand Theft Auto that you can't even get anymore. It's not. It's a figment of your imagination, Tony.
Okay. I thought it was just an ape.
Wow. And sorry, I have a colorful backdrop. This is actually my studio where I do live streams as well, because I actually I offer a grading service, and then I do live reveals of the grades. So it's another kind of revenue stream a little bit.
So you're on the YouTube world now?
No, I do actually Facebook.
Oh, okay.
To be honest with you. It's just Facebook is easier for marketplace stuff, like stuff that way, and integrate it all together. It works great. It works, and it works well with OBS, which thank God.
Let's close out the GameStop segment talking about SH's comment here. He says, all I know is they dumped a load of shares and raised billions. They owe investors an update or an explanation. Now, SH, I heard the GameStop YouTubers yesterday say, I hope Ryan Cohen drops another couple billion of shares. Bring it. I would love it. He would love more dilution, SH.
Mm-hmm.
And wouldn't you know, he also wants you to know that GameStop's not really trading at $21.93. You gotta think back before the dilution. That's an equivalent price of $29. And I'm thinking to myself, well, then if I use that logic, this very twisted, lying logic, then, you know, AMC's worth $20,000-$30,000 a share. I mean, if we're just willy-nilly gonna back out dilution and say, if you forget about the dilution, the price really would be this.
Yeah.
I'm sitting on a fucking gold mine right now. I mean, I got my shares and they're worth $20,000-$30,000 a share. This is how these GameStop people lie to you.
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry about that dilution. You're really, it's equivalent before the dilution is this. Dude, just stop. You have told everybody for 4 years that dilution is bad, and now you're begging GameStop for more. Come on, man. Everybody sees, through this bullshit, except your followers eat it up for some reason.
You know, Tony, that's, you know, you're touching on something. The one thing I've actually enjoyed about, you know, like I said, I stepped away from the Discord for a while and stuff like that, but I honestly don't miss all the YouTubers. I still come to you. Honestly, I'm still lurking. You know,
I don't even know why I listen to them other than to see what lies they're telling people on a daily.
Yeah, I liked how all of a sudden some of them came out of the woodwork. Like, you know, my news feeds would pop up and, you know, I'd be like, you know, hey, let's talk about AMC. I'm like, where have you been for like the last year? And all of a sudden it does something and Roaring Kitty comes out of the woodwork and then you're like, hey, I'm back. Check it out.
Yeah,
I never left you guys. But that's one thing I don't miss.
SH, to finish off your comment that you have up there, they do eventually owe investors an explanation. And again, the GameStop people will say, don't ask them for an explanation. How dare you? How dare you ask them what they plan to do with that money?
Yeah.
I mean, that's one way to look at it, but Wall Street's not taking that attitude. And that's why your price is getting shorted. That's why your stock's getting sold off, because normal people don't say, take all my money and never tell us what you're going to do with it. They will eventually do something with it, SH. Yeah. And that is the potential power of that money if they're smart. And I think Ryan Cohen is smart. I think they have a good management team. They've done an excellent job of cost cutting in a falling industry. And now they're sitting on a boatload of cash. I'm going to give them my faith. All right.
Tony,
I don't hate GameStop mediocre. Is that what you're going to say?
No, I was going to say, don't you know that Warren Buffett made all his money buying and holding?
I like, actually, the one thing I will say about
Roaring Kitty. Roaring Kitty made all his money, Tony, buying and holding GameStop.
Buying and holding profitable companies.
I can't, dude.
Or undervalued companies.
If you read Warren Buffett's book, I love how he opens it up and he said, like, you have to look at stock like you're buying a business. Like,
you know what Warren Buffett doesn't look at? Book value.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something.
Watch my video last week.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say this as far as Warren Buffett, when he says a lot of things like, you know, patience and things like that, and to basically take emotions out of the trade, right?
Sounds like me.
Yeah, exactly. I trade emotionless, right? Like right now, I'll tell everybody I'm in cash. I don't own not a goddamn stock.
Mediocre. Does he say put all your money in a non-profitable one company?
No, he doesn't say any of that shit. The point I'm trying to make here, though, is what happens. Oh my God, AMC might run tomorrow, Tony, or GameStop might take off. I'm in cash. I don't care.
Relax, you don't care because why? You can hit the buy button and jump right in, right?
Anytime I want, Tony. And I can sell anytime I want.
I do think, SH, that there will be some update provided to GameStop investors at some point, and you probably don't want to be short at the point they make that announcement. So it is irritating for most people, most normal people, not to get updates. It's really irritating to not get any Q&A or like a talk on a quarterly basis when they do the earnings. But they don't have much to talk about. What can they say? Guys, our business is declining. We're cutting costs as much as we can, and we hope to continue cutting costs faster than revenue falls. How's that story going to go over? It's going to go over like a turd in the punch bowl.
Yeah, don't forget, buy trading cards from us.
So until they have something really big to say. What can they say? And I think that there will be at some point a big announcement, and you probably want to hold some GameStop prior to that announcement. I honestly believe that, but I want to hold it at the cheapest possible price I can get it, not be buying just willy-nilly all over the place without any thought, plan, or strategy.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope there's an announcement, right? Like,
Can
that's the thing.
Can I ask you
I
guys
don't
a
like
question?
to hold stuff and just watch it go like this. Like, I like my money to make me money, and if I'm holding a stock and then just watching it go up and down, I'm not making any money. Why? Because I'm not realizing any gains, and so that's the part that I don't like. Right? Like, I'd rather realize some gains, wait, realize some gains, wait. That's, you know what I mean? Tony knows what I do, but JM, put up JM's comment if you don't mind, Tony, when we're done with this one.
JM.
Yeah. He asked if we can trade at 4 a.m. You don't have to put it up, but the answer is I don't trade at 4 a.m. because I don't trade on Webull. I think Webull and Robinhood are the only ones, right?
Yeah. Webull just came to Canada, by the way.
Yeah, the bulk of my money is not in Webull, so most of the time I'm stuck. My time not being able to trade till 7 a.m. I'm still up. I have a Webull account. I have a little bit of money in it, but I'm not trying to generally trade stuff in low volume situations like that 4 a.m. pre-market or Robinhood overnight, because you can get wrecked. You can get wrecked on low volume trading. As soon as the big boys, the real volume comes online.
And that happens a lot. If you look at, you think you're missing the run up, right? But the thing I would love to trade at 4 a.m., but I would 100% be out of a play before market open.
Or before Fidelity and Schwab come online.
Exactly, because they're going to smack it back.
They're going to be like, thank you for the run up. Sell.
It happens all the time. I watch it.
Matt, hang on one second. Matt says, did you see someone was buying the Chewy calls? If you scroll back about 45 minutes or so, when we very first started talking about GameStop and I was talking about my trading and my chart read on GameStop, we did talk about that. And I think that has something to do with GameStop moving up over the past 2 days. That is my guess. And that's great. Let Roaring Kitty tell us that he bought more Chewy. Let GameStop run up. Let the meme basket run up. Bring it.
Absolutely.
Bring it. Good. I said on my YouTube short 3 or 4 days ago, the best thing that could happen right now is for some news from Ryan Cohen or Roaring Kitty. And then the very next day we get the Chewy news. Bring it. Good. Do it. Let's go.
So here, I'm gonna ask you a question.
Yeah.
And this is actually I want your opinion.
Yeah.
Because I have my own opinion of GameStop. Given the future of where gaming is going, right? It's all going digital, right?
Yeah.
And given the fact that AAA game titles are on the decline, right? There's nothing big coming out, right?
Maybe in 2026 with the new consoles, right?
Yeah, but it goes back to my thing. It's like when the new consoles came out with Microsoft S and X, I mean, GameStop didn't want to touch the S because it's purely digital, right? And that was just going to feed into Xbox or Microsoft Marketplace. And that's the other thing. Given the rise of, when you look at PlayStation, they have their Play Store and they have their online streaming platform, right? And then Microsoft has their Microsoft Store, plus they have their Microsoft Game Pass, which they offer every month. You can pick from one of 50 video games to play for free. What do you see the sustainability of GameStop for the long term as a brick and mortar business? There is
no sustainability if they don't fundamentally transform the core business. But they have the potential to do that. $4 billion in the bank and no debt should not be. Don't undersell that. That is a lot of potential. It's up to them to identify the proper way to invest that money into some transformation of the business. And then it could be a viable business. It could be a totally different business. I don't care.
Go ahead, mediocre.
I personally would love to see them stay in the gaming industry and maybe try to pick up some sort of a gaming company that creates games, right? And that could help them be profitable and give them an exclusive sale on their games, right, before it goes to the Microsoft store or something like that, right? I would like to see them do something like that.
I think here's the problem.
I don't know how much money it's going to take to do that either.
It's lots and lots and lots and lots and lots. Lots. More money than was generated from Tony's acting career.
My acting career generated about, let's see, what did they pay extras? About $12 an hour.
Yeah.
Not that much.
I don't see how they get that.
All my lead roles paid $0.
Yeah. I just look at like their business model, and here's my kind of counterpoint to what you said, mediocre. They don't control the product. The problem is Microsoft, Sony, everybody, all these other companies, whoever has a console, Nintendo, whatnot, they control the delivery mechanism of their product, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they all have their own stores, right? And,
absolutely.
And I don't know how, when you have those big, we'll call them the big three, Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo. When you have the three of them building around their own store platforms, why am I going to drive to a GameStop when I can just order it online and have it on my Xbox in an hour?
Well, this is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
For example, I'll give you an example. Microsoft, I believe, bought Blizzard,
yeah,
right? Blizzard Games.
Yeah.
And what happened, let's just say, for example, that there's another gaming company that created Modern Warfare. We'll just say ABC company, just for the sake of argument. And even though we know
Activision and Treyarch were the two that were
right, whatever. We'll say Activision. Yeah. We'll say Activision was for sale. GameStop bought Activision, right?
So they started. I think actually Microsoft bought Activision.
Yeah.
I think they did. Yeah.
He's just doing a hypothetical.
Yeah. Hypothetical, right? So now GameStop owns Activision, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they create Modern Warfare. They don't allow it to be released to Xbox. You have to pick it up in person to get a download to Xbox. So they make anybody else buying it.
Yeah.
Like if you don't go to GameStop and purchase it, you got to wait like a month or whatever. Yeah. That would help them. I don't know that that's what but if I was Ryan Cohen, that's something that I would be looking to do. Something similar to that.
And I think that's the problem is like the AAA studios have all been bought. Like Sony bought Bungie, right? So they acquired Destiny. That's Microsoft bought Activision. And you're actually already seeing the Activision change because now the Call of Duty, which is like their biggest for Activision's claim to fame was Call of Duty, is now available on Game Pass.
I don't disagree with you that they're pushing GameStop out a bit. I believe that to be happening too.
Like I said, I struggle with it. It's like, what is the model for the future? And I mean,
that's the problem. Here's the problem, and nothing negative to people that believe in GameStop, but there's zero. I think there's zero debate that the business model that GameStop has, their core business, is declining. And it's a systemic decline. You can look at the charts. You can, that's not debatable. Mm-hmm. Therefore, if you're investing in GameStop, you're making a bet, a wager on Ryan Cohen and his ability to transform the company. And that's not a bad thing. If you want to do that, just say, I'm investing my entire portfolio on the belief that Ryan Cohen can come up with some transformation of this business. That's fine.
Yeah.
But stop telling people that the current fundamentals justify the current price, or that the core business is not failing. It is failing. That's why they're closing locations. That's why revenue's declining. That's why they're barely eking out a profit. The only reason they're eking out a profit is because they're cutting costs and they invested some of their cash into treasuries. The core business is not successful.
And they're
So if you,
closing stores.
right, so revenue is going to keep declining. But if you want to bet on Ryan Cohen, I got no problem with that.
Yeah.
Just be honest.
Yeah.
I'm going to close my eyes and pray that Ryan saves me, and maybe he will. Maybe he will. And I hope he does. I hope he does for everybody that's in it. Just understand what you got, and if you believe in that, then carry on.
I actually like GameStop. I do not want to see GameStop fail, to be totally honest with you, right?
I don't think that they'll fail mediocre. They need to right size the business. They need to keep closing locations, keep
Okay.
cutting costs. They're doing the right things.
Right, but Tony, if they close locations, right, then some people aren't going to have GameStop in their area. This is my
Yep.
problem I have with closing locations.
Some people
okay?
aren't going to have an AMC in their area. Tough shit. You
But
only
you're-
want the profitable ones open.
You can
Right,
do it in a way though, mediocre, that like I'll use my little, podunk town here, right? Like we're not a big metropolis here. We have 2 GameStops, but honestly, you don't need 2. I'm 20 minutes away from the other location and I'm 5 minutes from the other one that's down the street, right? Like you could do it systematically where you're merging 2 stores into one and just downsizing in some of the more suburban kind of locations versus
They're doing the right thing. Close locations, close the non-profitable ones, focus on your profitable stores, cut costs, and improve efficiency. I got no problem with the business plan they're executing on, but at some point you're just going to have a marginally profitable, small footprint gaming company, which is not going to be super exciting to Wall Street. So that's why Ryan's raising money, because he knows he needs to transform the company into something different. And
I mean,
and I hope he does.
There's multiple GameStops in my area that are still open and working. People use them all the time. Like, I don't know how busy they are because I haven't personally been there, but my kids are older now, right? Like they have to fend for themselves if they want a game or something. You know what I mean? Like I'll give them money, but there's no reason for me to have to drive them there. They're adults. You know what I'm trying to say? Like it is what it is. But the GameStops that are near me are still kicking and going. I just don't know.
I think mine look beat up and
tough
run
business
down.
right now.
When I go into mine, they just look beat up and run down, and like I go to the one in the mall sometimes, and then when I say sometimes, it's like probably once a quarter tops, and it's usually buy a birthday present for some kid in my kid's class, right? Right, but it looks like the one. Okay, I'll break it down. My one location 5 minutes down the road looks like shit. Right,
Well,
it's run down and beat up, but the other one looks like it's literally jam packed full of stuff that they just want you to buy.
I would say probably the same thing like what's happening with AMC. If you see one that's run down, that is probably one that's on the chopping block, and they're not willing to invest any CapEx to fix that one up because they know when the lease runs out, they're going to close it.
Yeah. I guess this is my question. I mean, we're having a good debate here on it. It's like, I don't know how they transform the business because the guys that are in control of the product they sell are the ones transforming the business.
Tony, put up JP's comment real quick. The last one he did. So he says, I'm not in GameStop. However, we run together, but I think that they would have to come out with an online platform for gaming because nobody buys physical games any longer, in my opinion. And he's not wrong. The problem is, though, JP, as I'll tell you, like Microsoft doesn't let you just download anything you want.
Steam
right?
That's the Steam platform.
Right. Steam will let you download stuff, but Microsoft, if you're talking about console gaming, okay, if GameStop created a game, they would have to have a deal with Sony and a deal with Xbox in order to get that game out, regardless, because you cannot download third-party content on those, at least on Xbox, I can tell you that.
No, you can't unless you have a like bootleg.
I'm going to close with this for anybody who's looking at GameStop. Go back before Ryan invested in GameStop and reread the letter that he wrote to the board. and let me know if you think how you think he's executing on what he said needed to be done. That's your homework. Let's move on to AMC.
Let's go.
I got a chart here. Let's start off, and guys, you can start firing over the AMC questions. I'm going to put up the chart.
One second before we start. You can continue, but I'm going to go say hello to my wife real quick.
Yeah. And again, I don't hate GameStop. I'm going to continue momentum trading GameStop.
Can I actually share a GameStop story before he goes? Actually, for 2 Christmases, I was actually an employee of GameStop back in my college days. So,
well, I was a long-time GameStop card-carrying member.
Yeah.
Until my kids started asking me for the credit card instead of saying, "Can we go to GameStop and buy the latest game?" And I was like, "Why do I need this card anymore?"
Yeah.
You know?
And I don't hate GameStop. I don't see the future of it. You know, and that's just my 2 cents. So, and I'm actually looking forward to the AMC. Actually, I'm going to jump off. Well, I'll stay for a couple minutes, but then I'll jump off. But
I appreciate you coming on
for AMC. Other than the fact that I do, you know, it's funny. I was like, for my sports content, I go to Pat McAfee. For my stocks, I go to Tony Denaro. So I still am always lurking in your channels. You've had Markets with Mayon and all these other people, and I've watched and tuned you in and stuff like that. So I've never really. I've gone for the Discord, but I've never been really gone, if you get what I'm saying.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you hanging out with us, supporting the channel for so long.
Oh, community is great, man.
It's thankless work to put out educational material because nobody wants to learn. They just want to get $1 million tomorrow.
I think that's the problem right now is everybody's having tough times and they're looking for the quick buck. And, you know, we talked about this before, like, I remember you and I used to have these conversations about how YouTubers would just play on people's emotions and stuff like that. And it's so easy to make clickbait.
One thing that's worse than not getting $1 million tomorrow is losing the few thousand that you do have tomorrow because you on a shitty play.
Yeah. So, anyways, I'm going to dip off. Thanks for having me. I will come back again and chat some more, and I'm going to continue listening tonight. Anyway.
All right. I might clip some of this and put it into a trading card video. It was a good discussion. Hopefully you guys got some value out of it. Let me know in the comments if you're watching this on replay, if you found that helpful.
And Tony, what I'll do too is I'll pull up those interviews I was telling you about with Rob and Jeff. Like those are like 2 of the industry dynamos in the U.S. right now that are on the outside.
Drop them in our GameStop room in the Discord, please.
Done.
Appreciate it.
I'm gonna head out. Mediocre. You take care. Remember, guys, one thing I'll tell you: collect what you like.
Collect what you like. I like it. Let's see what else. I don't hate GameStop. I've been profitably trading it, swing trading it since the 4-for-1 split, which is the point in which I decided buy and hold GameStop was not a great idea. Just looking at the lay of the land, the lay of the business. I think it's a fine trade, a lot of volatility. Love trading GameStop. Just buy low, sell high, rinse and repeat. It does require some patience. You gotta be able to identify those cycles. It requires not listening to the hype on the GameStop channels, and nothing wrong with trading GameStop. Just
I tried, Tony. They're out there pumping every day.
I know. All right, let's talk. Speaking of pumping, let's talk about AMC mediocre.
What do you want to talk about?
All right, I got a chart up here for the folks to look at. Let me close the chat for a second. So this is going back to May 15th. This was the Roaring Kitty spike. Someone asked me, Tony, do you really believe it ran to $12 because of Roaring Kitty? Abso-fucking-lutely, it did. Zero doubt in my mind.
I love when they say that.
Of course it did, guys. What? There's no catalyst at AMC that made it run up. Of course it fucking ran up because of Roaring Kitty. There was a meme, whether that was institutions, shorts covering, a meme stop basket. I don't fucking care. ETFs, I don't care. But there was momentum in the meme stocks and it ran up and then it came back down. Pretty simple to me. And now we've been trading in this range. Gosh, mediocre. It's been May, June, fucking 3 months now.
Yeah.
3 months we've been stuck in this range. So I have down here in green our demand zones. The big one right here between 430 and 440. We got the
Yep.
supply zone up here, which it's rejected off of many times between
Absolutely.
540 and 570. We got another, if I go back on, I think this is on the weekly chart. There is, I'm not going to zoom all the way into that, but this lower demand zone is based on the candles on the weekly, and or is it the hourly? I don't fucking matter. I look at the weekly, the daily, and the hourly to draw these. That is down around $4, 4 to 4.15. And so I was buying below $3. I sold in the run up to 12. You guys already know this. I've been trying to get back in, trying to get my shares back for 3 months. Tony, what do you mean you've been trying? It's not hard. Just buy. Okay.
They don't know what we do, Tony. They don't like it.
I know you don't like it, but allow me a chance. Allow me a chance to defend myself. I'm a cheapskate. I want these shares cheap. Remember, in May, I was buying them under $3.
Exactly.
I was buying them in the twos. You think I'm just gonna run out the door and buy them at 5 because Roaring Kitty ran it up to 12? Get the fuck out of here. But the longer it stays in this range, the more comfortable I get. Is that fair?
Exactly.
Mediocre?
Absolutely.
Because what? We're setting a new zone of support. Yeah. We're the stock has comfortably been trading here for 3 months. So that gives me some comfort. It's up to the company or the industry to ruin it at this point.
Absolutely.
And what bad news could they have? The industry has no bad news. It only has good news. The future looks bright.
It does.
What bad news could the company have? I don't know. They just dropped a metric ton of good news. They got the debt restructuring. Well, they got the debt restructuring. That's about the best news that I've been waiting for since January, getting the debt restructuring out of the way.
Outside of a lawsuit, Tony, I don't think there's very much bad news.
Outside of more massive dilution, they've only got 100 million shares left, mediocre.
Well, that's what I'm saying, and that's not even massive dilution. If they diluted that,
I know you didn't let me finish it. Like outside of massive dilution, what bad news? They can't even announce massive dilution. They only have 100 million shares left. So
exactly,
I'm feeling pretty good about it the longer it stays here. Now, does that mean that if the economy crashes, the market crashes, it's not going to go back down to 250, 280? Hey, if the market crashes, everything's going to go down. Because why? Because why? The indexes get sold off and AMC's in an index, and you're going to get crushed. Just like what happened here on Monday. That was not us selling off. That was not retail. This big candle right here. That was index algorithm trading. And what happened when it hit? You see what it happened right here, mediocre? What did it hit? It hit this big fat demand zone. And what happened, mediocre?
They bought it back up, but they wouldn't even let us play the fucking game. Pissed me off.
As soon as it hit this demand zone, just like every other time, you got a big candle up. And this is what, if you look at the chart on GameStop where I have these zones drawn, when it hits the demand zone, AMC rockets up. Look at this. Boom. This one's kind of lazy, but here, boom, a massive. You want to see a massive rocket out of that demand zone. We got two of them right there, right there. This one's kind of lazy. This one kind of looks like GameStop. But these let you know that people want to buy when it gets in this area. And guess what?
I'm one of them.
I was one of them. I bought at 420. So yes, I still own those shares that I bought on Monday at $4.20. Mediocre, I waited since May. This would have been a smart buy for, this is higher than I paid. I got the fucking best price in the last 3 months, 420, just by being patient.
So So Tony, what do you think about what happened on Monday with the options? With
All right.
them not opening the option
Yeah, I
market?
want to get into that. We were watching that, right? Mediocre. We were all up Monday morning, all of our little secret trading club, as the haters like to call it. Tony's got a secret.
We were well aware.
They've got a secret trading club where they manipulate the price and get the fuck out of here. Go up your meds, you dummies. Just traders, normal people just like you. We sit here and we look at the charts and we try and figure out what's going to happen so we can get the best entry. We were all looking at it in pre-market for hours, and then the market opened and we're like, what do we do with our options? Buy, sell, da, 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 da. And we couldn't fucking trade. And then I bought AMC in pre-market, and I tried to immediately buy some more when the market opened and the price started moving up fast. They would not fill my order.
No, it was crazy.
I had a market order on Fidelity sitting there, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. I have never had that happen, mediocre.
Yeah, and Tony, you weren't the only one. That's what was crazy. It was countless people. They wouldn't even accept market orders.
It's crime, mediocre. It's crime, I tell you. It's crime. Crime in plain sight. I don't know what it was, but they wouldn't fill my damn order.
Market to open. I don't understand why. They let the price run back up. I could have got out for a penny if they just opened the market, but they wouldn't. They refused. They refused me, Tony.
I think that there was a lot of shenanigans going on, mediocre, because there was no good reason for AMC. They see that demand zone there too. They know that the price is not going back to $2.53, and they needed to fuck us over for 15 minutes so they could get all their shit straight in the back room.
I agree, because they don't want to be the ones to lose the money.
They don't want to be the ones to lose the money. And by they, I mean probably the market makers or the brokers. I don't fucking know. But that was not normal what happened Monday morning when the market opened. Exactly. I will tell you that.
When you can't log into Charles Schwab, you can't log into Fidelity, you can't log into this broker, that broker. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Now, all of those brokers being shut down, mediocre, that was not because of AMC and GameStop, though. Can we agree?
Oh, I don't think it was because of AMC and GameStop.
But some people do.
It was market-wide.
It was market-wide, absolutely. They don't want to get fucked over because there's like literally, 10,000 tickers that they were about to get fucked on.
Absolutely. And I agree that
you guys need to get out of this thinking that everything is because of AMC and GameStop. Just stop.
It was market fucking wide, period. They did it on numerous stocks.
Well, I mean, everything crashed. Everything crashed, and many of them rebounded, and they didn't want to get caught sideways losing a bunch of money.
Because what happens if you buy the dip before they can get back their position that they didn't mean to sell to begin with?
Yep.
They get fucking hurt. They don't want to get hurt. That's what pisses me off, because I had an opportunity to make huge money this week, and basically locked me out of my trade.
I think from here, all right, let's talk about the debt deal for a second, mediocre, because I still see people making videos and tweets saying that this price is being pushed down here and here and here because the bondholders that got those $414 million worth of shares that are exchangeable / convertible, they're converting and they're diluting and they're pushing the price down. No. The conversion price is $5.66. We have not been anywhere close to that.
Nope.
There's no dilution going on from the bondholders, guys. And I'm sorry, like if you're going to push that narrative, show me how that makes sense. I've read the documents. You can read them too. You can see that the conversion price is effectively $5.66. 176 shares per $1,000 of notes on the bonds. Why would they convert and sell for a loss? If it's trading at $5, if it's trading at 5.20, why would they automatically convert and take a 10% loss when they just bought $414 million worth of bonds? It makes 0 sense.
But are those individual bondholders, Tony?
No,
We
they're
don't know, right?
institutions. They're institutions.
All right.
They're going to wait for the price to go over 566. They're already guaranteed 6% interest for the next 5 years. So they're not in a hurry to sell for a loss. Trust me. They're not going to sell for a loss when they have a guaranteed 6% coupon rate. But at some point, when the industry starts doing better and AMC's numbers get better and the price starts trending up because they're starting to book profitable quarters and improve free cash flow, as the price goes over 566, at some point, and I can't tell you what that point is because each of these institutions is going to have a different profit that they want to get. Let's say they want to make 20%. At some point when they're up 20%, they might say, sell some of those, convert some of those bonds at 620, 630, 650. Yeah. And then you'll get some conversion and dilution. And for us, it's just us, common stockholders. It's important to know that that potential of dilution exists as the price rises up close to, between 566 and 8. There's going to likely be some conversion of bonds and dilution. All right. You know that now. You can decide whether to stay in the play or not. I don't care what you do. That dilution is going to happen, I think, at some point. But on the plus side for us, that is debt going off the balance sheet, improving the company's financial health, improving analysts' view and credit agencies' view on the stock. So that's for you guys to decide how you think that all weighs out in your analysis of what price you're willing to pay. I just think, as I'm looking at it as an investor, I'm thinking in my head, mediocre, there's going to be a ceiling at some point, and I don't know that point, but it's going to be over 566, between 566 and probably 8, where there's going to be some dumping of shares, which might last a day, might last weeks. You might see the price,
the momentum and the buying pressure, right?
Yeah, you might see this price jump up to between 6 and 7, 6 and 8, and just stall out for a while. And you're wondering why? Why isn't it all this great box office news? Because they're slowly converting and selling shares.
I mean, the problem I have, and I wouldn't really call it a problem, but the higher the stock price goes, just for the sake of argument, the harder it is for people to buy, right? And I know, the difference between $6 and $5 is really not a big deal, but if you look at it, you're going to sell less shares at $6 or $8 than you would at $5. So that's going to come in and which will drag out time, I would think, right? Even though $6 or $8 is really not a lot of money, but at $5 you can get more shares. You follow what I'm saying? So
Yep.
you're going to sell less shares at between $6 and $8. That's just going to happen. The stock price is going to slow, or the momentum is going to slow, is what I'm trying to say.
Tech We Love says, I wish I had bought more in pre-market Monday. I wish I did too. If I would have known that as soon as the market opened that it was going to go up that fast, I would have put all of my available cash in on pre-market. I would have put all of my available cash in, because that was a 20. I'm up 20% on AMC, and in one day I was up 20%.
Yeah, that's nice.
And I'm not trying to. If I catch a MOAS, great. I'm not here. I'm trying to catch a profit. If I can make 20% in a day or a week, That's pretty respectable if you look at how the indexes do over a year. So what I'm thinking, mediocre, is we're likely to be bouncing back and forth in this range, but I'm hoping that box office numbers are better than we expect and profits are there when we're not expecting them, and that we can move up to some new range up here, 6 to 8. There's really no fundamental evaluation I can give you, even if AMC ekes out a small profit. Just being like a finance guy for a second, there's no evaluation of the fundamentals I can tell you that AMC is worth trading in these $6 to $8 range, because they're not going to make enough profit to be worth that. But I'm hopeful. I'd like to see that happen anyways. I'd like to see some support come in. But since that is not realistic, since Wall Street is not going to, they're not going to agree with us as retail traders that it's worth $6 to $8 unless there's massive profits. I just think, mediocre, we're going to be stuck down here for a while until some more of the debt gets bled off, or until some of the shorts say, fuck it. This industry and the box office is only getting better. We're not going to get out at $3. Let's just cut our losses, or, take a break even, get out, let it run up, whatever. And we'll short it at 8. You know what I'm saying, mediocre?
I do. I think that's highly likely,
There's no reason for them to be sure. There's no more bad news. AMC's not going bankrupt. The box office is getting better. So shorty, get the fuck out. Let it run up to 8. If they don't, I just think we're stuck here, because there's clearly not enough retail buying pressure to move it. And Wall Street knows what the valuation is, and the valuation's probably right on where we're at right now, based on being non-profitable. That can change with box office. So go see a movie is what I'm saying. Mediocre, can I boil it down to 4 words? Go see a movie. I wanted to make it 5 words, but yeah. Box office is going to matter. I'm going to be doing my part. You guys know I go see movies. I spend a lot of money on concessions, and we always have a alcoholic beverage or two to enhance our viewing experience. But revenue is going to matter. And all these people, the popcorn project people, saying, I think the best way to make this thing move up is to boycott the company. Let's not go to the movies. Let's put it into bankruptcy and get a certified audit. That will uncover the billions of shorts. Bro, what the hell are you smoking? What the hell are you talking about, Willis? Put it in bankruptcy so you can get a certified audit. You get a certified audit every quarter from a top 3 accounting firm. You're not going to get anything different in a bankruptcy except a big fat 0 on your portfolio. So shut up, dummies. Mediocre. I said if I started getting mean, to reel me back in. Tony,
I don't like it.
I
just keep trading. You know what I mean? Like, they hate that we trade this thing too. You know what I mean? They think we should.
I'm not even worried about that. We're on the side of the bullish people. We're only trading it. They hate that we're waiting to buy it cheap, mediocre. I bought under $3 and I sold because why? It ran up to 12. You going to hate me for that? Come on. I 4x'd my money in a couple weeks. I actually made more than that. I forget how much I made on the call options. I had 700 or 800%. I don't traditionally buy call options, but I saw the momentum building and I snagged some real quick that day back in May.
I mean, I really do like the stock.
Oh, you know what they hate, mediocre? Someone called me a shill. Go kill yourself, Tony. You're trading against the company. That's what he said. Trading against the company because what? Because I'm selling puts to some dipshit that thinks the price is going down.
I don't understand.
And then I'm stacking that money so I can buy shares. Just because you don't understand how options work doesn't give you the right to call me a shill. I've been long this fucking play since 2021. Wake the fuck up. Who else is... Find me someone else besides Mehul that goes to and talks about as many movies as I do on social media. There's not that many. Mehul is AMC and Adam's #1 fan, and I will never reach his level. Shout out to Mehul. But I'm not a hedge fund paid shill. I want a good price on the stock, and I'd like to make some money along the way. And I believe that long term, this company has eradicated, at least for the next couple of years, the risk of bankruptcy. And I'm looking forward to the day the box office grows, that they can get both operationally profitable and net income profitable. There's a very good case that I have on a very detailed spreadsheet that could happen.
What's our saying, Tony? Create our own MOAS, right?
Create our own MOAS every week. So yeah, we play the wheel. Go watch my wheel videos. You sell puts, you collect money. If I sold $5 puts, I would have again not got shares this week, mediocre. I didn't do any options trading this week because it was too risky to me with the Bank of Japan and all that other unknown shit. But if I had sold $5 puts, I would have just collected money this week. It's our own personal ATM, mediocre. I would have sold puts to some dumbass who thought it was going to $3.
I'm not sure anybody got shares or didn't get shares, right? Like,
but if it had closed, if I had sold $5 puts and it closed at $4.75, I would have bought the shares at $4.75, and that's fine with me. I picked a price I was willing to pay. I've just been unlucky. I've been real unlucky, mediocre. For 3 months, I've been selling puts, making money weekly. And I mean, that's really bad luck to make money every week. But the bad luck is I couldn't get shares until Monday when I got them at 420. So, I mean, if that's the kind of luck that you're stuck with, I'll take that luck every week. Show me how the buy and hold people are making money.
I'm pissed I didn't take your advice.
I'll wait. Selling puts is not a bearish strategy, mediocre. True or false?
No, that's a bullish strategy.
You can look it up. Selling puts is when you're generally bullish on a stock, but the price is currently a little higher than you're willing to pay. You'd buy it if only if it dropped below this price, you will be a buyer of shares. That is me. Every week. Selling puts is not a bearish strategy. Buying puts is a bearish strategy.
To give more context,
I don't buy puts.
Yeah, but when you sell puts and it drops below that price, you're agreeing to buy at that price, even if it drops below, because at that price you feel comfortable owning the stock. That's the whole point. So if you sell $5 puts, for example, you wouldn't mind owning the stock at $5. If it goes to $4.90 and closes Friday at $4.90, guess what? You bought shares at $5.
Yep.
You might have overpaid a little bit for them, but you were willing to buy them at $5 anyways. You picked that price.
So, I don't know why this is so difficult, mediocre, for the people that hate us or hate me specifically. I think basically it doesn't matter what I do. They're going to find some way to try and trash talk it. But all I know is, and if you're in my Discord or participating in this channel, if you've been doing the same thing, it's been a very good money making strategy. And a lot of people are hurting. A lot of people are hurting in this play. A lot of people in our group, by group, I just mean people that are employing this strategy have reduced their cost basis from 40 to 20 or 40 even to 5 by actively taking charge of their trading in an unemotional way.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you're stuck with a $40 price target and you're saying AMC is crap and you're not doing anything about it, go cry to someone else. I'm here to talk to the people, and we have a lot of them that are doing something about it. And there are many of them. And none of them are unhappy. So you can post all the bullshit about me that you want. We're trying to help people over here, and it has been working.
JM, I'm not criticizing anybody who buys and holds, right?
No, we're not.
But
they criticize us, JM. That's what you got to understand. I got to deal with them calling me a shill or short on the stock because they don't understand the strategies we're talking about. Buy and hold all you want. Thank you.
And JM, I'll say
you believe in the company. So do I. Quit calling me a paid hedge fund shill. Like, just because you don't understand trading, not you, JM, but I'm talking to the people that leave these comments. Just because y'all don't understand it doesn't mean we're negative on the stock. We're playing it long. We believe in the success of this company just like you guys do. We have a different trading strategy at the moment. That's all.
And I'll say this, JM, and I'm not picking on anybody, but if your dollar cost average was, $50, $70 before conversion and reverse split, and you think buying and holding is going to get you your money back, I hate to break it to you. It's most likely not going to happen. Because the amount of money you would need, like a $500 price on the stock, I don't see how people think it can get there. But it is what it is.
The only way it gets back there mediocre is a real short squeeze happens.
Yeah.
And I don't talk about that on my channel. So y'all want me to tell you what price is it going to go to? Go talk to the people that tell you there's billions of synthetics. They'll run the numbers for you. You want to know realistically, based on realistic earnings, what could the price go to? I can tell you that. I can run a model for you. I've already run it through 2026. In my Discord, I've run it and compared it to Cinemark. We do models all the time based on real financial analysis. You want to know how it's going to get to $100, go talk to the people that are running the numbers and believe in billions of synthetics. Let them give you their analysis. They don't have one other than I'm praying for a MOAS. We're over here helping people fix their portfolio if they were stuck because they held through the conversion and the reverse split and the dilution. And we're unabashedly, 99% of us believe in the future of this company. And
Absolutely.
pisses me off to hear people on GameStop channels saying it's going bankrupt and all sorts of nonsense. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You guys know, if you listen to this channel, I hate the haters because they mostly have zero. They can't even properly predict their own stock. Just stay the fuck out of this one.
I love it.
What other AMC questions y'all got? We covered the bonds. We covered dilution. It's not happening. It will happen. Box office could drive the price up, I hope. We're going to have to wait and see what the box office does. Otherwise, I think we're stuck in this range for a while. I'd like to see it move to the $6 to $8 range. I'd really like that. But I don't think Wall Street's going to play along unless there's massive box office beats. So I like, in the meantime, I like trading in this range. That's kind of my idea. And if we have a market crash and it falls below $4, then I I say look out below. What do you think, mediocre? And that's nothing negative against AMC. Like if the market crashes, I don't think that there's going to be short
think you
cover.
better.
What do they say is going to happen? They're going to run out of collateral and they're going to have to run up AMC and GameStop.
Oh yeah.
I don't believe any of that nonsense. You'd have to, do you guys think that the mediocre, do you think that they think the bad guys are shorts?
I think they actually think that.
Okay, so if you guys think, and I think you do think that the bad guys are shorts and the market crashes and the indexes get sold off and AMC and GameStop start going down in price, are they going to make money or lose money?
They're going to make money if they're short and the stock price falls. That's how it works.
Right. So does that improve their collateral or make their collateral worse, mediocre?
It improves their collateral, Tony.
So they have some long positions on other stocks that they're going to lose money on, but meanwhile they're making money on anything and everything that's plummeting. And in a market crash, pretty much everything's plummeting, right? So shorts are making out like bandits in a market crash. Who would lose in a market crash? Only an institution that is 100% long.
Like anybody who's long loses.
Right. But if you think the enemy is shorts and you're praying for a market crash, you're just throwing Brer Bunny into the briar patch. Please give me a market crash, retail traders.
All I got to say is if we have another crash like the other day, y'all better have some money on the sidelines ready to deploy. I would have had all my money ready to deploy if I just was more patient. I just didn't want to wait I didn't want to wait until Monday. There was 29 cents was screaming at me. 29 cents a share, Tony, was screaming at me that Friday.
JM says if they buy to close, then that could drive the price up. And that might have been, JM, some of what was happening on Monday, right? When the price crashed and you saw AMC rocket back up, there might have been some short saying, thank God they dropped it below 420. Let's use this moment to get out because the box office is looking bullish as hell. So that could have helped drive the price back up. Plus all of us that have just been waiting for this moment were buying. There was a lot of retail buying, but I don't think it was all retail buying that drove it back up. There could have been some short covering, but it's not going to be enough to cause a MOAS in a market crash is my belief. You're going to get tanked, AMC and GameStop right along with everybody else. And you might get some shorts closing because they're like, thank God the price dropped so we can get out and lock in a profit. And that will drive the price back up, but not to $1,000 or $400. Because what happens as soon as you're in a market crash? I mean, it's just not going to be a lot of people willing to overpay for it. And the only way that happens is if you believe in billions of synthetics, in which case I'm going to let you do your thing. I don't talk bad about people that believe in that. Believe whatever you want. And I hope your dreams come true one day.
Sixth Son, the answer is yeah, depending on how much money you got to throw at it. You know what I'm saying?
JM says, were you surprised there wasn't more of a reaction from the debt deal compared to when Roaring Kitty returned? No. Roaring Kitty, I think, kicked off a FOMO buying into a basket of stocks. And then you got your day traders and your high frequency traders riding that momentum. And then that also caused some shorts to have to cover that momentum push up. They're not going to sit there unless they have huge amount of collateral. They're not going to sit there and lose money while it runs up. They'll cover, buy buy to cover the price. They'll let the price run up and they'll re-short when it peaks out. So that's what happened, I think, in the Roaring Kitty thing. There was some short covering, FOMO, high frequency trading, yada, yada, yada. When the price peaked, the shorts came back in.
Yeah, there was a lot going on there.
The debt deal. The debt deal was bullish for AMC in the long term, but it's still a deal in progress. And I think it has wiped out the bankruptcy risk of the company, but it didn't wipe out the fact that the company's not profitable. So that's why there was not a huge reaction. Only box office can change that. That's why the most important thing you can do, instead of stacking up more shares of AMC, is go contribute to the revenue of the company. Box office will drive operational profits, will drive net income profits, will drive free cash flow. That will get the fucking shorts out. Whether you think there's 15% short interest or a trillion shorts, you got to have profits or they're going to stick around. So no, I'm not surprised that the debt deal didn't affect the price, but it did affect my comfort level. I got a lot more comfortable buying AMC in this range, knowing that debt deal is there.
Yeah, it's done now.
And we know what the potential dilution is. We know what the range is if they'll dilute in. That's actionable information, right? Mediocre for those of us that are trying to trade. Don't be surprised if it hits $8 and you see me say sell while everyone else is saying get ready for 20. I'm going to be thinking dilution, conversion, exchange, and probably take some profits off the table. Synthetics, but Tony, the billions of synthetics, these bad actors. Gary Gensler, where are you? I mean, maybe all that stuff comes true, and I hope it does. But I'm not going to sit by for the next 4 years and wait for it. We've already been doing this for 3 years.
Exactly. And people are 95% plus underwater, Tony.
I haven't seen Gary Gensler, FINRA, or judges come to the rescue of not one fucking single retail trader in any play. Name me one play that anybody in power helped you with. You got to make your own MOAS, as Mediocre said.
That's right. That's right. And I will create my own, baby.
And if there is a MOAS Mediocre or some short squeeze, what do?
We buy the run up, baby.
We buy the run up, right? I mean, there's nothing stopping us guys from buying in on a moment's notice. We're up every day. Well, I'm not Mediocre, but I'm up every day at 5 a.m.
Are you fucking trash talking me now? I'm up when it matters.
I need to send you my source for vampire blood so you can start learning how to exist on 4 hours sleep, Mediocre. Tech We Love says, I give Harold and the Purple Crayon 9.5 out of 10. Critics were too harsh on it. Hey, buddy, do you have kids or did you go see it just yourself? I'm curious. Anya has the same question. Do you have kids? Because I looked at the previews of Harold and the Purple Crayon. It's not my kind of movie, but I definitely think if you have kids, it looks like an enjoyable movie. And what else can you take them to right now? Oh, Despicable Me. But you probably already took them to that. Inside Out 2, you probably already took them to that. Matt says, I don't get why people are still talking about $1 billion in synthetic shares because they don't want to admit they possibly could have been wrong, Matt. The human mind has a very strange ability to not want to admit that you made a mistake. If you can only believe in corruption and bad actors, then you don't have to admit that maybe you misjudged something.
I mean, I had to come to the realization that I made mistakes, right? You know, it was blatantly obvious what was going to happen before conversion and reverse split with the
We
quotes,
read the
right?
filings, right, Mediocre? We knew they were doing the conversion because they needed to dilute and raise money. They were running low on cash.
And what was crazy to me was the fact that some people were out here saying the judge isn't going to approve it. She's not going to destroy a 100-year-old billion-dollar fucking company, people. Come on.
They were so convinced because she had a degree in the humanities or something, Mediocre, that she was going to side with the Project Popcorn. It don't work that way, kids.
So at that point, I knew what was up. And I was not going to let my portfolio be destroyed. That's just the truth.
There was a great opportunity prior to the judgment coming down to arbitrage between APE and AMC, and then you had to be out because you knew that they were going to dilute.
I mean, the thing is the hate is massive. There's so much hate in this AMC space, it's ridiculous. You know, even the GameStop space, it's totally ridiculous.
It's across all tickers, Mediocre. I watch a lot of different communities. It's on all of them. I mean, there are people defending Mullen.
I just don't pay no mind. I don't care. The fact of the matter is,
if you try and explain the financials of Mullen and that they don't have any real revenue, you're clearly a paid hedge fund plant. Like, bro, can you even read?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't get it. I mean, I don't get it.
They want to silence people like us, Tony, so that they can keep the, what do you call it? Just kind of moving, right? They want to
the conspiracies.
They want to keep getting more people stuck. I don't understand it. Like,
I don't even care. I mean, I don't talk bad about the people that believe in billions of synthetics. You can believe whatever you want. It doesn't affect me.
Exactly.
But it doesn't affect me. Believe whatever you want. I don't care. I'm not going to.
Is when people don't like us for trading, for trading a stock. Like, leave me alone. What I do with my portfolio is my business. Oh, they don't want us talking about it either, Tony. They don't want us talking about it.
Yeah, that's what you should ask is why don't they want us talking about the financial statements? They don't want you looking at things that actually matter. They just want you to buy into the dream. And if you don't, if you're going to talk about numbers, you're clearly paid by the bad guys. Like, what? Have you ever had a CPA? Don't tell me the financials of my company or you're a bad guy. Like, this is what 90% of the people you're trading against are doing. You better fucking learn how to do it if you don't want to lose forever. Maybe a miracle will happen. I can't wait the rest of my life for a miracle. And if one starts happening, I will sell everything in my portfolio and move it into the miracle for a day. Got no problem with that. Only takes me a minute. But in the meantime, I don't like not making money or losing money.
I'm going to pull a Joe Biden real quick.
What you got?
Listen. There. I'm trying to get it out. Oh, God. I can't do it. Basically, I was going to say, just don't worry about what other people do. There's winners, and then there's losers in the stock market, people. Be the winner.
I want everybody to be a winner. I genuinely do.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, be the winner on the trade, right? Because for every winner, there's somebody who lost money on the other side of that trade.
Yeah,
That's just that.
the people who don't want to look at the financials, mediocre, they're the ones that are not winning.
I agree, but you know, I'm I'm just trying to give them very vague, honest stuff, right? If you made money in the market, that means somebody lost fucking money. Am I wrong?
No, and I hate it when anybody loses money, but all they want to do is fight us.
I know.
How dare you say the judge is going to approve the conversion? I'm putting you on notice, Tony Denaro. Don't say that.
What?
Don't you say it.
After what happened in the discords, after when we were letting people know, like we were warning people, Tony. It After that, I'm like,
You know,
whatever.
mediocre, the most recent example of a company where the shareholders did not approve a reverse split? What do you think happened with that company? Did it moas or did it go bankrupt?
Which company?
I'm just saying, I'm going to tell you the ticker in a second. But if you had to guess, in the most recent example we have of a company that all of y'all know that did not approve a reverse split so that the company could raise cash.
Oh, they went bankrupt then.
Yeah. Did it moas because the shareholders did not approve the reverse split and dilution? Or
Are
did
you
it go
talking about-
bankrupt?
Are you talking about BBBY, Tony?
No, I'm talking about even more recent. I'm talking about today. MMAT went bankrupt because recently shareholders refused to approve a reverse split so that they could dilute and raise money. That's what happens. And as much as the whole reverse split conversion thing was unpleasant, and I get it, you would be sitting here. We wouldn't even have an AMC to talk about at this point. It'd be owned by private lenders. It'd be bankrupt. They'd be fighting over how they get paid, and we'd be wiped to zero. So
Tony, why is it
of the
I never-
alternatives, I'd rather have a chance than have zero.
Why is it, Tony? I never know about these stocks like MMAT and all that.
Because you don't get on social media.
I don't get on social media and I don't chase stupid stocks.
Mediocre, you're not a fan of chasing money-losing stocks?
No, not at all.
I'll be right back.
I looked at a stock this morning. I thought about it. They had a good earnings report. I said, man. And then I was doing some research. I actually called you. I'm like, and I went on Dilution Tracker. I started doing some research and I look and it was a Chinese company. I said, well, that one's out of the question. It's just that simple for me. I mean, I don't care if you have good earnings or not.
I see you guys talking about some of these other channels. Yeah, I don't understand what their fascination is with only talking about money-losing companies. Like, there's literally thousands of companies to talk about out there that are making profits or that at least have revenue or might not be profitable, but they're on the verge of being profitable. I don't understand. Somehow they get
There's even
locked.
companies that have better volatility than some of these stocks that they're talking about.
They get locked into this. We're only going to talk about a company if it's heavily shorted, and we can tell the folks that it's clearly bad actors and billions of naked shorts. Like, why don't you want to talk about the lack of revenue? Why don't you want to talk about the zero revenue? Is there maybe a reason why the shorts are attacking it? I'm not saying there's no shorts, but did you think about why the company you're investing in is being attacked? Do you see a way to win when the company you're investing in has no viable products and no revenue? What's your game plan for winning? The only game plan they have is talk about it over and over and over on social media and pray that enough people get interested in it to pump the price up a few dollars. And yeah, that's it. Those those are very bad bets. Sometimes you get a little pump. Lou pumped the hell out of GTII and made some people money if they were smart enough to sell. But I mean, what does that company have going for it? Jack shit. Which I said from day one, after the pump was over, I said, you guys need to get the fuck out of this stock. Oh, Tony, you're paid by a hedge fund. You don't like retail. No, I don't want you to fucking lose. There's nothing good about this company.
I mean, the information's there. We look all the time.
SH says it's like buying a lottery ticket. $1 buys you a whole lot of dreams. I have no problem with anyone that's betting $1 on it, SH, or even 100 or 1,000.
Yeah,
but the problem is people are betting tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. Legit. You guys know this. You've seen the people crying. They're betting their entire life savings on companies that have no income. Why would you do that? Why?
Yeah, they got off of the internet.
Utilize a little bit of common sense. Like, that's probably not a good bet. You want to make a small bet? I'll do that all day long with you. I'll throw a few bucks in it. I'm not going to bet my entire portfolio on it.
Yeah, I'm not telling anybody to listen to me either, right? Like, fact check everything I say. I don't care. Not going to hurt my feelings. I think you should. I think you should do DD yourself. You know, at least look into see if what I'm saying is accurate or not.
Well, mediocre, since we mostly talk about filings and financial statements, most of what we say is accurate. I mean,
I know
we've got a couple things wrong, but if you stack up the vast majority of the tickers I've talked about and what was going to happen to them, they all went into the toilet. The list is long. And most of the profitable companies that we bought when they got whacked down, the value plays, most of them have gone up. So I'm good with that record. Christian says it becomes like gambling. It is gambling, and I don't mind gamblers. I like to speculate in stocks, but I'm dead serious that I only invest what I'm willing to lose. You're never going to see me on any play come crying to the camera, I lost everything. Or I'm mad at the CEO. No, you need to know what you're investing in. You need to know it's a no revenue company.
It's the CEO's fault.
It's not the CEO's fault. You bet the farm on a no revenue company.
It's the CEO's fault, Tony. Don't lie to the people.
It's not the SEC's fault. It's not FINRA's fault. Not even the short's fault. You should know that they're going to short it and keep shorting it because the company has no revenue. I'm looking at like MMAT or Mullen or any one of many companies. MMTLP. Of course they're going to attack it. Matt says, what happened to that one trader that was always in a bird costume? That was the bird lady, MMTLP. Yeah, she had some wild predictions about the valuation of the company. I talked about it at the time. Not her. I talked about my look at the financials. Those videos are still up. You can go find them. The live streams when MMTLP was squeezing, I told you exactly what was going to happen. And exactly what I said back then happened. And a few people listened back then and said thank you. And a lot of people became haters of my channel. How dare you tell me that this stock is going to go down, that the shorts aren't going to have to cover, and I'm going to be stuck with a untradeable stock, and I'm going to have to go to court. And if I have to go to court, good. That's what they told me back then. If I have to go to court, I will gladly do it. I mean, this is literally what they said. Shut up, Tony.
Could you imagine being, I don't know, maybe I'll just shut up. I would hate to be one of these other influencers when this all gets settled out. You know what I mean?
Like which one of them?
Like any of them. Like
Like
I don't.
the Trey and Matt pumper, like keep
Yeah,
buying as it's going up to $70, or the we believe in billions of synthetics and
all of
uh,
them.
okay.
Like, do they even have any remorse at all? You know what I mean, for ruining people's lives, right? With their, I mean, I'm not saying that it hasn't quite happened yet, right? Well, maybe there is billions of synthetics, Tony. I don't know. I don't think there is, but
Can we
I
can
also
we
don't
can we
care if
put
there
a
is. There isn't.
can we pick a date where we say we won or we didn't win?
Well, I mean, how long do you, this is the thing? How long is this going to go on for, Tony?
So yeah, this is one other interesting thing to talk about. If y'all want to talk about it, I don't want to throw my fellow social media personalities under the bus, but there was one social media dude, mediocre, who's been a huge supporter of AMC for the last couple of years, to the point where I would call him a pumper, because he put out some information that is a little bit exaggerated. Like, for example, just wait, mediocre, until AMC announces their animation studio. I don't really see that in the cards, but if you want to believe, in that, that's fine. But buy Highcroft coins; they will save the company. No,
Is
there's
it high cross silver, Tony?
Highcroft has no silver, so therefore there was zero chance that Highcroft coins were going to save the company. And
So
when
who's
I
benefiting
when I
from
when I
Highcroft?
pointed that out, he blocked me. But yet, we've gone 4 quarters since then with zero revenue. So where'd all the silver coin money go, mediocre? There's zero revenue for a year. I don't
It's
know.
I know where it is, Tony.
But here's what he said. Look, everybody has their. I don't shit on people for having their dreams about what could happen. I mean, maybe one day AMC will have a animation studio, but now, because he hyped up so much stuff, and he probably believed it. I think he believed it. He's getting frustrated, mediocre, and
So Tony,
understandably so, right? He said, I want you to react to this, mediocre. He said
Mhm.
that this week, and a lot of people got mad at him. There's a whole bunch of infighting in the community. He said that if this company can't return some value to shareholders in the next 2 years, that the CEO needs to go. What do you think about that?
I, I'm gonna assume they're talking about AMC real quick.
Yeah. He's talking about AMC, and he's been a staunch supporter. And in his live stream, he spent an hour still supporting AMC, but he finished up his hour and a half live stream pretty angry that look, he said basically, mediocre. And I kind of felt for him. Because he has said some things that you and I have said. He said, I'm not willing to wait forever. Like, I got to make some money at some point. And I think he went left a little bit, that caught people off guard, is he said, if I don't get some return on my money in the next 2 years, the CEO needs to go.
Okay, so here's my question. First of all, what my question would be, what is your dollar cost average? Because I know his dollar cost average is nowhere near mine. I'm if you're okay, I'm just gonna say it. If you're a buy and holder, there's no way your dollar cost average is near mine. It just it's not going to be. And I'm sorry that you're in that position, but you put yourself in that position, right? So if you have a dollar cost average that's $500 a share and you're expecting to get a return on your money, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, maybe synthetics are real. I don't know. I abandoned that to protect my portfolio. You follow what I'm saying? Like I had to change the way I do things. So, I mean, that's the response I have.
I laugh when people comment on my videos or my tweets. Oh, you're stuck in AMC. I'm like, bro, my cost basis is 420. I'm not stuck in anything. I'm well in the green. So it does depend on your frustration level. Probably depends on what choices you made of how to trade the
Exactly.
stock.
And I'm not faulting anybody for buying and holding if you choose to do that, right? But I'm out here talking about it with you, Tony. We're talking about it. Okay. How come you're not underwater? How come you don't need a $500, you know, share price? Why don't you need that, Tony?
Because I made the decision to actively take charge of this ticker, just like any other ticker in my portfolio. I did the buy and hold thing from 2021 till late 2023. Luckily, I was in the fortunate position of before I started YouTube, while I was watching Matt and Trey, I bought shares and I also bought call options, and I did not listen to them. And I sold my call options into the run up, and I made a good chunk of money that it would be impossible for me to ever be in the red on AMC. So even though I bought shares later in 2021, that was just playing with house money.
I mean, the shorting from 72 down to, $5 before conversion reverse split or $3, whatever you want to call it. That did hurt people, right? But my opinion, the conversion reverse split hurt people way more.
Why do you
reverse
think, I mean, if you bought at 60
split-
and why did that hurt more getting it run down
It did,
versus
but the reason
the
it hurt
reverse
more is
split
if you
conversion?
held it through. Because if you held it through conversion, right? The conversion was actually dilution, is what people didn't realize, right? They want to talk about reverse split. The reverse split really didn't do anything other than give shares back to the company so that they could dilute again. That's why we have the float we have, right? And look where we're at. We're at 450 million right now. Once we pass 566, right? So my point is, the reverse split wasn't the bad part. It was the conversion part. It was the fact that there was a billion ape and there was only 550 million AMC, right? So when you dump that extra, you know, half a billion on top of that, that hurt people badly, my opinion. And that was the point, right? Plus there was the arbitrage play, which people said didn't exist, Tony, when we were talking about it. I mean, there was many ways to protect yourself. You know, there was how many spreadsheets were out there for people to actually calculate what was going on.
They didn't want to see the info, mediocre.
I agree.
Carl says it was a beautiful short. If only we believed in shorting, Carl, it would have been a beautiful short. I just can't in
Listen,
good conscience. Maybe one day I'll try my hand at short selling, but I have not ever shorted a stock in my life.
the shorts made a lot of freaking money. Think about it.
If we had at that time, because I believed that there could be a short squeeze all through 2021 and even into the beginning part of 2022, but then the company started running out of cash and it became more of a fundamentals play. If we had been very, very critical of AMC from the beginning, like the shorts and the bears and all the people that tried to smack talk us, mediocre, I think we would have said the company is wildly overvalued at 70, 60, 50, right? Because
Right.
same thing that we talk about with every stock. It's
Right.
not profitable, no short-term hopes of profits. But we hung in there just like you guys did
Absolutely.
because the short interest was high, the social media attention was high, the interest was high. of people. And there was a chance, I think, for a long time of another squeeze. But as time ticked on and the company started running low on cash and then needed to start moving the chess pieces around to raise money, it became clear what was going to happen. And you had to get on the right side of the trade.
See, here we go. Pull up this comment.
Mel
Vivek-
says, is it Mel's or a different one?
It's a different one, but you could read Mel's too.
Mel says, I think a lot of people got in this play for a squeeze and a MOAS. I did in
Absolutely.
May, but I also sold that first week in June, all those call options. And then I stupidly bought more shares with some of that money. But that was not based on synthetics. That was based on the price was squeezing. It was a momentum trade. If that's not true or even likely, how's it different than any other play? It's not, unless you believe in synthetics, Mel. And that's not really ever been a talking point of this channel. I've talked about zero price targets since 2021. I don't give price targets because I think that's dangerous and can be misleading to people. And I talked about zero catalyst other than what I call the unknown catalyst, like Roaring Kitty coming back in May. The shorts can't prepare for that. The only way you're really going to catch shorts off guard is something happening that they couldn't plan for. Regulations, SEC, FINRA, what, Evergrande. How many catalysts do we have? Robot Godzilla, all that shit. They know about that stuff. You think they're not prepared for it, you're kidding yourself. So there's no catalyst to my mind that anyone's talked about. And I've put out all sorts of FUDbuster videos on all of these supposed catalysts. I've got a whole playlist called FUDbusters. Go watch some of them sometime. The only catalyst that's going to catch them off guard is something unexpected, like, well, even box office. I mean, they can see the box office. They can calculate what AMC's profits are going to be. Adam's going to need to announce some partnership or something that catches them off guard. Or Roaring Kitty comes back. I don't know. So in my mind, it's not different than any other recovery play, which is why we're trying to intelligently trade it on this channel. And pay attention to cash burn and pay attention to income and pay attention to potential dilution. In my mind, those are the only things you need to be paying attention to. Which comment did you want to bring up, Mediocre?
Vivek 489.
A great comment that we see a lot, Rivik. Go ahead, Mediocre.
So there's a huge difference on why Cinemark is 4 times AMC stock price, right?
What is it in a nutshell? In one word?
Well, I can't do it in one word, but
I
it's a
can.
smaller. Okay, what is it?
Earnings.
Well, there you go. Earnings is a good one, but I was going to go into more detail on why. Like, you're talking about a smaller company who's already profitable, which is what Tony said with earnings, right? They're profitable quarter over quarter. AMC is not profitable. It's going in the right direction, but they're not profitable.
Cinemark is trading at a very reasonable PE ratio, price to earnings, of between 20 and 25. So their PE ratio forecast is 22. I mean, that's a very reasonable price to earnings. So you take the earnings that they are expected to report over the next 12 months, multiply it by 22, you get $25. Where's AMC's earnings? They're negative. So how do you expect it to be trading at $25? Wall Street values your price based on your earnings. It's the same problem I have with GameStop and these people telling folks that GameStop's worth 30, 40, 50 bucks. There's no earnings to justify a price like that for GameStop. There is only hope that they will use the cash to generate earnings, which is a legitimate hope, but I don't know if that's a strategy I'd bet on.
And I'm not putting my
company's
money,
price is generated from earnings. This is investing 101.
and I'm not putting my money on hope at all anymore. Period.
So to say there's 0 cents, I don't know what to tell you. Like, go read a book of how to value a stock. Cinemark is perfectly priced for their earnings. Let's look at IMAX. $19 PE ratio of 19. Again, perfectly priced relative to the earnings they have. Let's look at Marcus Theaters, MCS. It's trading at $12. Their earnings forecast, that looks to be an overpriced stock. That one I would say is not trading at a fair price. Let me make sure I have the right ticker. Yep, MCS. Let's see what else we can pull up about Marcus. I think that they have forecast positive earnings, which let's just pull it up and look together. This is another competitor, but it's a very tiny movie company. And they also own some hotels, which is kind of weird in the movie industry, but let's see. Yeah. So there's a problem with your payment. I already fixed it. I had my credit card got compromised mediocre, so I'm having to change all of my subscriptions to the new card number.
I figured as much.
Fucking pain in the ass. Revenue, earnings. They're at 7 cents. Forward PE ratio for 2024, 183. 37 cents forecast for next year, flat for the year after that. That's still a high PE ratio, 34, 35 bucks. So I would say that this stock is probably overpriced. Let's see what the analysts have. $18 price target. See, that I don't get. That does not make sense to me. How is Cinemark and IMAX rated at a 20 to 22 PE ratio, and this little tiny MCS?
Well, that's the thing,
can be
Vivek.
forecast at 35. That one does not make sense.
We check every movie theater company for the most part to see how they're responding to the box office, right? Like all that matters. So we look at everything because why? We want to know what the value of AMC is versus Cinemark versus whatever company. IMAX, we want to know all of them. How are they responding to the box office? What is that CEO saying versus what this CEO is saying? You know, are they going to be profitable? What's their outlook on future box office? It's all relevant to AMC. So, I mean, I was one of them. I used to hate on Cinemark and complain that it traded at a higher value than AMC and all that. But you know, when you dig into it, there's reasons for it.
Cineplex, I'm not familiar with this company, but they're trading at they must be profitable. They have a positive PE ratio, and they're trading at 16 times earnings. So a little bit lower than a Cinemark or a IMAX. But here's the deal. AMC's price target will be upgraded when they have positive earnings for forecast for a year. And I would encourage you guys, if you want to just, they're like 5 or 10 minute videos. Go watch. In the last 10 days, I put out a earnings summary on Cinemark. Listen to what I say in that video. Look at my dashboard for Cinemark, and then immediately go watch the one I did on AMC, where I show the same dashboard, and look how different they are. I want you to look at how Wall Street is analyzing them. But more importantly, the thing you got to understand is the only thing Wall Street cares about is earnings. which is, again, why the GameStop people are lying to folks right now, that it's worth the current price.
Which is the other reason.
Without earnings, you're overvalued.
Yeah, which brings up the other thing when you talk about short sellers, right? Short sellers are shorting the stock because it's overvalued. They're going to short it because it's overvalued. They're going to short it to try to push the price down to a reasonable value. And if they can't push it down because you have too much buying, they're going to back off and let the price run up, and then they'll short at a higher price. They don't care. So I think it's pointless to try and really defeat shorts. Like I'm not throwing my money at it trying. I should tell you that right now.
I can model out, like people always ask me in the Discord, Tony, what happens if revenue is this? What would our earnings be? We can model out into, and I've already done the work. I just don't want to do it on YouTube because I don't want to deal with the morons that are going to, oh, you're a paid hedge fund, or Adam Aaron's paying you. It doesn't matter what I say, I get both. I can tell you exactly what price target analysts are going to give in 2025 and 2026 for AMC. I can tell you today, if you give me a box office number. It's very easy. There's nothing complicated about this. Just take the annual earnings, pick your annual earnings. Let's say in 2025, AMC makes 25 cents a quarter positive earnings. That's $1 for the year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Multiply that times a industry PE ratio of 20 to 25. There's your price target the analysts are likely to give AMC. Can you imagine if the company if everybody can believe, including the pros, that this company is going to make 25 cents per share? I'm not saying
that this is going to happen. Right.
I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm just saying at a certain box office level, that will happen. And then you can, as a professional analyst, say they just made 25 cents. The box office is only getting better. They're going to make $1 for the year. The industry PE ratio is 20. Looking at all the peers, we're going to assign a $20 price target. That's a very reasonable belief using normal analysis. That any of us that do this, I don't want to lump I'm not a professional analyst. I'm not even a CPA or a financial advisor. I'm just someone that knows how to do normal financial analysis. It's very reasonable for them to give a target like that based on earnings, and they might derate it a little bit. They might knock it down a little bit if there is still a fucked up balance sheet. You know what I'm saying, mediocre?
Absolutely.
Even if the company is making profits and they're projected to make them, they're going to say, oh yeah, making profits. But the balance sheet, what are you going to do? They're professional analysts. They've got to be honest with their clients, which are institutions. They're going to take the easy road. They're going to take the safe path. We're here speculating in this stock.
Absolutely.
Because we're not taking the safe path. We're doing the work every day, trying to be ahead of them. Because if there's a story where this thing's going to $10 or 15 or 20, I'm going to know it before them.
And we want to be in before them,
yes,
to reap the benefits, right? And the only way to do that is to pay attention to all the information out there going on, all the financial statements, all the fundamentals of the play will help you to determine if it's a good value or not. Plus charting.
Says, even in the light of growing earnings, analysts keep lowering AMC's price target, even with the best of news. So that one guy you called was a prime example. Yeah, Eric Holder. So I corrected a professional analyst a couple weeks ago. If y'all didn't know about that, I called him on the phone. I called him out very professionally, I might add. I want to do my Trump imitation, mediocre, but very professionally, I might add. But he hung up on me because he knew he was wrong. And that is the power, I think, of just doing this every day, is we can be better than even the professional analysts because we're paying attention to this every day. We can catch their mistakes because they're only looking at it once a quarter. And I called him. I gave him a chance to explain. He's like, no, my model's good. My numbers are good. I was like, don't you think who are you again? Oh, no, I can't talk to a YouTuber. I only talk to my clients. And he hung up on me. He was wrong. He was way wrong. And we were exactly right here on the channel. And now I'm having the same situation with Moody's, who I have a lot of respect for Moody's and S&P, but they have probably some junior analysts reading through the filings, and they're not reading through the AMC new debt deal every day like I am, making sure I have it fucking memorized and looking for any bit of information I can use to make all of our trading better. I caught them in a mistake. Moody's. And I emailed them on like Wednesday. And I've given them now 2 full business days to answer the email. Oh, we check this email multiple times per day. We'll get right back to you. They haven't got back to me. So I'm going to start bugging them on the phone next week. But you know what? You want to know what mistake I caught them in, Mediocre?
Absolutely. I also want to know who gave AMC the price target of $4. I don't remember who it was.
Probably. Well, I can pull it up.
I can't remember.
There's only like 3 or 4 analysts that cover AMC. Alicia over at Wedbush. I haven't ever talked to her.
Yeah, Wedbush.
Chad at Macquarie also. Their main concern, Mediocre, they're taking, again, the easy path here. They're saying we don't know that the box office is going to get better. If it does, we'll upgrade our price target. And they have the debt. I mean, that's all valid stuff. They're taking their careers on the line. They can't mislead institutional investors. So they're going to take the easy road until it's indisputable that the company deserves a price upgrade. That's just how these fuckers do. They don't hate you. They don't hate AMC. They're not going to risk their career. That's our job. We're on YouTube to make risky calls, right, Mediocre?
Well, kind of, but not.
I mean, you're not going to find a professional analyst pounding the table saying AMC's worth $20 because the box office is going to 11 billion. It don't work that way. Not a professional analyst.
We're going to $8, Tony.
It might. I mean, I think there's a reasonable case if the box office if AMC pulls out a profit in Q3 and Q4, I think we could see this new trading range go up a little bit. I sure hope so. But here's the problem I found with Moody's, and I tweeted it out. I tweeted out a summary of their credit report. And if you're in my Discord, it's hard to get these credit reports. You can go register on their sites and read them. And I recommend that you do, but it's kind of a pain in the ass. If you're in the Discord, I posted the whole thing in the AMC room. But on Twitter, I just put some bullet point summaries. And only after I tweeted it out, I was like, wait a minute. I don't remember reading that. But this is what they said. They said that at 140% of the conversion price of the exchangeable bonds, the 414 million, they said at 140%, there is a mandatory conversion. That would mean that at 792 or so, whatever 566 times 1.4 is, that 100% of the bonds would mandatorily convert to shares. And I don't remember reading that. I tweeted it out because I trusted them, But then I was like, I don't remember reading that. And I went back in and I read the documents again and again and again. I was like, no, it does not fucking say that. It doesn't say that. It says at 140%, AMC at its discretion. I'm parsing words here. At AMC's discretion, they can request conversion if the stock runs up 140% from 566. So just under $8, AMC could request a full conversion. It's not mandatory. And I know that's splitting hairs, mediocre, but don't you think that's an important distinction?
Absolutely.
For us? I mean, if Moody's saw something that I misread and there's a mandatory conversion at 792, we ought to fucking know that.
Absolutely.
For a fact. We need to know that.
Absolutely.
Either I'm wrong or Moody's is wrong. I don't care. I don't care who's wrong.
Right.
But we need to know the answer to that question.
If it was true, that would be our ceiling. We have to have that information. Like how many times, Tony, have we
hang on, mediocre. Thanks for the mini lesson, Rivik. Thank you, friend. Thanks for the mini lesson there. Justin Ape, only holding AMC and GameStop, learning and growing along the way. All I can say is for those of you that want to learn and grow, be willing to listen to a wide variety of information sources. I don't ever talk bad about the people that believe differently than me. They attack me all the time. But you're entitled to whatever beliefs you have. If you believe in billions of synthetics, I'm not one of those people calling people, what do they call them, baggies and all. I don't like all of the negativity that's heaped on retail investors. How about you help them learn? Exactly. So listen to listen to a wide variety of information, even if it doesn't agree with you. And more importantly, check out my educational playlist on the channel. A lot of the fundamental stuff we talk about here, how to read a balance sheet, how to read an income statement, a cash flow statement, what is book value, what is return on equity, why do all these things matter? Just little 5-minute, 10-minute videos of things that I look at every day that will help you get, at least on my level, I don't mean education or brain level. I mean, like, understand how I'm looking at the play and how Wall Street's looking at it. Because even if you don't like Wall Street, even if you think they're doing something criminal, if you understand how they're looking at it, at least you know what you're up against. Go ahead, mediocre.
I forgot what I was saying now. I was listening to you. What was I talking about?
I don't know. I interrupted you because the robot was reading Rivik's tweet or super chat.
Yeah, I seen that. Anyway, I wanted to say something to him anyways. That's part of the thing. Like, nobody should be getting mad at anybody for talking about company fundamentals and financials, right? Like, it's important for people to understand that. I shouldn't say unless, like, some of these people think that it's all a lie. It's a total fugazi. They're sending in fake information, whatever they think. I don't know why they think that. But I choose not to think that. I choose to take the information for what it is and use it in a way that protects my portfolio. That's what I do. And I'm happy to talk about it and what I'm looking at and why I do that, in the stuff that Tony and I communicate together, right? Like, we try to communicate stuff together all the time because it's important, right? Like, there's stuff that Tony has that helps me trade. I ask Tony questions all the time. It is what it is. We go digging for information. We look up specific stuff. So I'm happy to share what I found, whether people want to believe what I'm putting out or what Tony's talking about, fact check us. You're not going to hurt my feelings if you go do the research on what I said. I don't care. I would hope that you would, right?
I don't care if anybody disagrees with me either, mediocre, just like be an adult about it.
Exactly.
The problem is nobody disagrees with our information. They just personally attack.
I think that, if you don't want to know and you want to just blow it off, then that's a you problem, right?
Yeah.
Like
JP says a while back, Citibank gave AMC a target of 95 cents. I have Jason's history of price targets here going back to 2020. I don't see 95 cents. I'm not saying you're wrong, JP, but this is their official price targets for AMC.
I'm going to tell you guys, Tony has spreadsheets on everything. You should see the freaking spreadsheets he's got. I can't believe how many spreadsheets he has. It's the truth.
Information is power, my friend.
Yeah. I'll say, hey, Tony, what do you think about this? Blah, blah, blah. He'll be like, I got a spreadsheet on that. Hold on, I'll pull it up. I swear to God, guys.
Oh, man. Yeah, the spreadsheet thing is just to help do future modeling, basically. If we got to figure out what's going to happen in the next 3, 6, 9, 12 months, whether it's AMC, GameStop, I have models for AMC and GameStop. I don't do them for every stock because honestly, most of my 90, 80, 90% of the stocks in my portfolio are profitable companies, mediocre. And I don't need to do forecasting because the analysts are already doing it and I trust them. The only gotchas come when the companies fuck up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When the companies miss a deliverable or expectations, then it doesn't matter how good the analyst is. The company fucked up.
Yeah.
So profitable companies, I start with what's the analyst consensus? Because that can save me hours or days of work. When I don't believe the analysts are doing a proper job, like GameStop and AMC, then I want to have my own spreadsheet. I want to do my own modeling, and I will do it just like they do it. Everything I look at is exactly the same shit they look at. Sometimes they have better info than me, but not always. Most of the time, they're more pessimistic than me.
Pulling up a ticker because here it is. I have a dividend coming up. I want to capture. You know what I mean? And I want to see when it
JP
is.
says sometimes I think that the analysts in Wall Street are paid by Wall Street. They very well could be, JP. They very well could be. I wouldn't argue with you on that. I definitely believe that a lot of the media pushing all these negative headlines is on purpose, right? I think we all can agree on that. I think that some of the analysts might be compromised, but most of them are just taking the easy way out, and they're not willing. They just do every analyst price target for GameStop or AMC, I can exactly show you how they got that price target, and they're not incorrect. But they're also not a believer in the future success being better than they're just forecasting meh results. Like, no, you're not going to find a GameStop analyst willing to give a forecast based on a hope that Ryan Cohen does something good. They're only going to upgrade the price after he does something good. That's just how Wall Street analysts work. And same with AMC. They're not going to upgrade the price until the company reports and says we forecast. Why does Cinemark get an upgrade right after? Why does Amex get an upgrade right after their earnings? Because they say we're profitable and our forecast is showing that we're going to make more profits, more revenue. When the company says we're going to make more profits and here's our exact guidance, the analyst's job's done. He just updates his model with the company's new expectations for profits, new price target. I predicted the Cinemark price target 2 days before the analyst. Go watch my video. Guess what price target they picked? Exactly the fucking same one as me. I did it 2 days before all of them. It's not rocket science doing traditional price target setting. It's all based off of earnings. So I don't think that they're, whether they're paid by Wall Street or not, their analysis based on current information is not incorrect. It's just inconvenient to us, and we have a different thesis. Hey, so did Roaring Kitty in 2020. Doesn't mean we're wrong, right? Doesn't mean they're right. They're just taking the safe road because that's all they can do. They're not allowed to say, but what if? The company didn't guide a what if, so they can't do it. As soon as a company like Cinemark or IMAX says, we're increasing our guidance, boom, boom, boom. A couple days later, all the analysts upgrade their targets. It's because the company guided it. That's how I increase my price target for those companies. Did you have something, another topic, mediocre?
No, right now I'm trying to set an alert on a dividend. I'm just I'm paying attention to you, but I'm just trying to see
What are the questions y'all got? I'm going to check my credit card on this website because I thought I already updated it. Well, thank you, JP, for being adult about disagreeing. I have zero problem with anybody disagreeing with anything I said. Just like Roaring Kitty, he encouraged debate and bears and dissent, right? Having people that disagree with us on anything just helps us fact check our own selves, fact check our own DD. There was a problem with your payment and your subscription is past due. I could have sworn that I updated this earlier today.
Where is it? All right, you're not helping me. Oh, that's probably why.
Your payment details have been updated. Thank you. Yeah, I definitely updated this already today. Maybe it needs to go a full business day. They haven't rerun the charge yet. You guys ever get those, like, you get those random charges from a Walmart in another state? Somebody's testing your card, $20, $50, $100. Next thing you know, you get a $1,000 charge. God damn, that shit pisses me off.
8/30/2024.
Anya says, why didn't Intel provide guidance saying their earnings would collapse? Why? I mean, they did provide it during the earnings call, Anya. Sometimes they will do some updated guidance before the earnings call, but not always. I don't know that I have a good answer of what forces them to pre-release some guidance like, oh, we're really going to miss. I don't know that I know the answer to that.
All right, I got it. I set an alert on my favorite train company.
JP says, do you think right now AMC should be at least $8? I mean, no. Let me just pull up the dashboard. I know nobody wants to hear that answer, but I mean, we still have negative earnings. So how do you value if a price target is set from earnings, how do you value a company with negative earnings? You only value it on sentiment or belief of future earnings. So what's the belief of future earnings for AMC?
Put your chart up, Tony, for them. Let's show them the chart.
The dashboard? The dashboard or the chart?
The chart.
The AMC chart?
Yeah, put the AMC chart up.
All right, hang on one second. File. Open. Dashboard. All right, I got the dashboard ready too.
I mean, we were just talking about
this one.
Yeah, that's what I want you to do. So we were just talking about, Tony, about how, the bondholders have shares now, right? They were given shares.
Yep.
And their dollar cost average is roughly what, 566, something like that?
Yep. That's their conversion price. Yeah.
And show them where the supply zone is.
It's right here. 566 is right almost at the top of this zone.
And that's the problem. And all the hype for the reason why I brought this up and I'm having this conversation is because all the hype that we had, we had the Bad Boys movie, you had, what's that movie that just came out?
Bad Boys, Deadpool.
Yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine. Twister. There's another movie.
Inside Out 2, Despicable Me 4.
Despicable Me. So those movies right there were all hype movies, right? And we got some moves out of that, right? But the hype's kind of dying down, in my opinion, right? Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong before.
I think until Alien gives us our next best chance. Alien and Ghostbusters.
But you have to break above that supply zone right there with, you got a lot of selling pressure that's going to be there. So that's why I'm sure Tony feels the same way. That's why I don't see $8 right yet. We're not there yet. But I think I probably shouldn't say this, but I have an opinion. We could see between 6 and 8 when we get after Q3 earnings. That's my opinion.
Like if Q3 earnings is profitable, mediocre, and they say Q4 is going to be even better.
Absolutely. I think we could see between 6 and 8 then.
Yeah.
Right. But I just don't see it yet.
Seems a reasonable guess. So Broke Ape says, what are my price targets to buy in? I like these green demand zones down here, Broke Ape. So we have 430 to 439, and we have 409 to 412. I mean, just rough ballparks. $4 to 430. I bought some on Monday at 420 when it dipped below this zone. Just because, look, every time we hit this zone, it skyrockets back up. Boom, big boom, big boom. You want to see big candles out of a demand zone. That's how you know it's a good demand zone. This one right here, not so interesting, but one candle, 2, 3. It's a pretty good demand zone. So I feel comfortable buying here. If it broke below this bottom one, I would probably have a stop loss somewhere under here. There must be some horrible bad news going on for the company or the market to bring it down here. I'm not anticipating that. So I am eyeing buying. I'm a poet and I don't even know it, mediocre. I'm looking at buying somewhere in these ranges for my safest buy based on what we know now.
It's hard. It's going to be hard to bust above that red box, right? That's the thing, you know. And that red box that supply zone up there is not even at $6 yet. You know what I mean? Like we have to break through that box before we can get there.
Yeah, the other thing that I like for buys is if we break through this box, that's also a buy signal. When you've exhausted every seller in this range, this is how I want you to think of it. When every seller in this range is exhausted and you're pushing up still, that's a buy signal. Think of it like your traditional just draw a line. It's a resistance line and you broke through it. The reason I switched to doing these boxes is I want you to think in terms of there's a lot of sellers up here. There's a lot of buyers down here in these zones. Once you've exhausted all these sellers, you have room to move up to the next zone, which I haven't drawn yet. But I also I don't do TA without also looking at the financials, the box office. I'm not just looking at a chart in isolation. That I think is what makes me different from a lot of people that are only doing TA, only looking at the chart. TA is valuable, but you can't ignore. It's like these people all week that were saying Mullen, if it breaks through 80, it's going to $1.20 and then 240. You are ignoring that the company is actively diluting. They have no revenue, and they're probably going to do a reverse split, which they did today, announced an upcoming vote on reverse split. Like these guys trying to do TA while ignoring all of the filings and the financials are going to eventually get wrecked because you can't out TA the fundamentals and the financials. You might can for a day or two. Not in the long run. You might can. That's a Texas phrase, mediocre.
I like it.
Rivik says going to go see Borderlands tomorrow. Let me know what you think. I saw it yesterday. I won't ruin it for you. He says it can't possibly be that bad. Were you a gamer? Did you play the game? That would be my first question.
You ever seen that TV show? It was a Asian show. It was I can't think of the name of it, but it was about a game.
Squid Games?
Squid Games.
Yeah.
I want them to make a new one of that. Make a Squid Games too.
I think they have made some remakes of them, but not very good ones. Breakout with volume, Carl. Yeah, especially if you break out. Typically, if you see a breakout above a supply zone like this, it will be on volume. I would be look at. Well, that was not super high volume. Every time it tries to go through this, it just gets smacked back down. Someone said anything above 5 is a good buy. I mean, I think unless something horrible happens to the economy, the market, or AMC, you're probably okay. Just my opinion, probably okay buying at $5 unless they announce another 100 million of dilution, the last bit. And that's what I want you guys to, if you want to think like I think, what did they say in the earnings call and in the 10Q? They said, we still plan on attacking the balance sheet. Mediocre, what do I hear when they say that?
Dilution.
Right. I know you guys don't want to hear that, but that's what I hear when they say we're keenly focused on repairing the balance sheet.
I'll say it the nice way, like Adam Aaron would say it. They're going to tap the equity markets.
I,
Oh shit!
I would prefer mediocre that when he taps that market, that he's tapping it at $8, not $5. But
I agree.
I also think, like, if you're worried about what I just said, if the box office keeps improving and they're making positive net earnings and positive free cash flow, the pressure is less on them to need to do dilution. They can wait it out, right? So we need to support the company. We need to see movies. We need to give them the room to breathe with positive net income, positive free cash flow. If they don't have that, the pressure of burning cash is going to be weighing heavy on them. And if we get to that point, I'm going to be talking about it. So just prepare yourself. I hope we don't have to have that discussion.
All right, so I'm going to tell you guys where I got tapped the equity markets from. He never actually said it that way verbally. It was what AMC put in to the the defendant's brief in the hearing. They told the judge that the equity markets were going to dry up and that they needed to tap the equity markets to in the event to try to get her to speed up the process a little bit, which
Yeah.
didn't end up happening.
I remember that. They were worried about the lenders weren't going to be willing to cough up any money.
What I found funny though when I read that is the fact that instead of saying that they needed to
Raise
dilute,
cash, dilute.
right?
They'll
Yeah,
never say that.
right. They were
They'll,
trying to be vague, so shareholder, in my opinion, so shareholder, you have to understand the language, right?
yep, absolutely. When they say repair the balance sheet, I only hear one thing: dilution.
Right.
And Highcroft is repairing the balance sheet. AMC is repairing the balance sheet.
It just
Putting
so
the
happened.
putting the balance sheet in a strong position. Mediocre. That's another one of their favorites.
Yeah. So that's what they used in the court. They said they needed to tap the equity markets, which I was like, wait a fucking minute. Oh shit. And they sure
JP
did.
JP says in a technical breakout, can AMC reach high numbers around 14? I mean, you're going to have to tell me on a technical breakout. I mean, yeah, I mean, just reach 12. Could it reach 14? Sure. For a brief moment.
What's
But
the catalyst though?
yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say, mediocre. You got to tell me more information. A technical breakout that gets some shorts covering, sure, you could run back up to 10, 12, 14 for a few minutes for a day. But is there some other information? What was the catalyst? Was it Roaring Kitty buying Chewy? Or was it AMC announced blockbuster profits? See how there's a difference in how the market reacts to those two things. Roaring Kitty buying Chewy has zero net effect on AMC's financials. So that was a flash in the pan. That's why I sold on that run up.
Exactly.
But if
Because
AMC announces something, a partnership, an acquisition, massive surprise on earnings, we reevaluate. We reevaluate where the new steady state is.
I'm going to tell you guys something else that I learned, and you can look this up on the internet. It's a video. I'm just going to tell you about what I'm going to tell you about the video that I heard. So, Ken Griffin had said in an interview that they believe that they have the right to control the market. Basically, it means that they're going to throw their fucking money around and control the market where they want it, right? And I know people don't want to hear that, but he did come out and say that in an interview. It's all over the internet. I'm sure people know what I'm talking about. So when I heard him say that, right, and then you look back at what happened when AMC ran to $72, it's quite easy to think that if a stock, any equity is overvalued, then there is going to be a response from the short sellers. It's going to happen. Why? Because they see an opportunity because the stock is overvalued. So that's an opportunity for them to make money. I'm not a short seller, right? But you have to know when a stock gets overextended in a way where, oh, it might be time for me to pull some money off the table, right? That's the thing. A lot of us did not do that in 2021, you know, and whatever. But just know that if they can openly talk about that, like Ken Griffin did, they're going to do it. I wouldn't just take his word. I would just understand that they're going to move the market where they want it. That's all I really got to say about it.
So, 2 questions. Someone asked, at what point would AMC be profitable? So here is my spreadsheet. And if we put in for domestic box office, let's say 2.55 billion. And AMC's market share of that is, the same as it normally is. So you can see it varies here. That would give us 6 cents. Let me drop this a little bit. 2,500, 3 cents, 2,450, 1 cent. So yeah, somewhere around 2.45, 2.5 billion would get us a profitable quarter. I mean, can we make $1 billion in 2 months? I think that's doable, but we need some of these movies like Aliens and Beetlejuice to really pump in some numbers.
I think Beetlejuice will pump in some numbers. I don't know. My wife has been hounding me to go see that already.
The other thing I was going to throw up real quick is the dashboard. So this was Cinemark. This is just looking at some, you can see profitability, earnings per share momentum, return on equity, cash position, debt to equity, working capital, revenue growth rate. Is the revenue growing or dropping? Dilution risk, CEO, short interest, dividends. Some of these Wall Street looks at, some of them are just good to know. This is Cinemark. There's some red on here. They're not perfect. Their balance sheet is a little bit screwed up. But when you compare it to AMC, you can start understanding why Cinemark is trading at a higher level than AMC. We still have, these are just automatically, most of these are automatically colored by the rules that I have down here. So that takes all emotion out of it. Pick your ticker. I can create a dashboard. And there's some websites that will give you something like this too. These are just very basic things. There's a lot more to look at, but like this is the starting point of things to look at. IMAX is almost all green. That's why I bought some IMAX some time ago. I'm well in the green on my IMAX position.
You announced it too, but I was too busy making money with AMC at the time.
I know. I told y'all to look at IMAX. I think I got it.
You did.
What price did I get in IMAX at? I did not get the absolute bottom, but I got in at $14.99, $14.99 and $15.20. So, and over the next year, this is going to be a fantastic trade. When I bought it mediocre in June, I said my 12-month price target was $21. We hit my price target in 2 months. We hit my 12-month. I was willing to hold IMAX for a year for it to go from $14.99 to $21.25. It hit it in 2 months. Now I'm just going to keep holding it. I mean, I think the price targets for IMAX now are like $30 or something. Let's see.
That's right, Richie Rich, Max Payne, baby.
Yeah, $30 new price target on 27, 28. I'm going to hold it, baby. Even this dipshit that hung up on me, Eric Handler. So Rivik, hopefully that answered your question about 2.4, 2.5 billion. I said 2.5 just to be safe, but maybe 2.45 will be profitable. All right, mediocre. Let's do a 5-minute warning to wrap up.
Got it. I'm tired.
This has been a long ass live stream, but it's also been a while since we've done one, so a lot of
Yeah, I
good
know.
shit to talk about. I've just been so busy with a lot of stuff. I was rebuilding my robot vacuum.
How'd that end up going?
As I was dismantling it, mediocre, I broke a connector. I think I told you that.
You did you solder it yet or no?
Yeah, I had to order a new soldering iron because my soldering iron was not for surface mount technology. I had a big fat soldering iron for doing around the home repairs. So I ordered a fine point soldering iron, and I did successfully replace the surface mount connector. But I had a little problem. Before I bought the soldering iron, I got lazy and I said, maybe I can do it with a heat gun. I don't know if you know much about soldering, but sometimes you can melt solder with a heat gun.
Yeah, you can.
Look, guys, I managed soldering technicians. I'm not a soldering expert, but I've seen it done.
I hope you got a magnifying glass. That's all I got.
No, I don't even have a fucking magnifying glass, meter. I'm like, I was literally like this with my phone zoomed in.
Oh, Jesus.
Trying to do the soldering iron. You know how wonky that is? Horrible. Don't ever do that. But that's how I ended up doing it. And that worked.
Oh, man.
And the robot is working. I vacuumed all the downstairs today. But here's the problem. While I was waiting for the new soldering iron to arrive on Amazon the next day, I was like, let me try this heat gun. And that was a bad idea, mediocre, because you know why? The PCB is mounted to a plastic cover that goes over the top of the robot. The PCB is for the power button on top of the robot. I did not think about the fact that the heat gun would warp the plastic of that entire cover.
How bad is it?
It's marginally bad. It's not horrible, but
It still works though, right?
It still works. I vacuumed the entire downstairs today, but I can't get the top cover to snap in nicely. And it's fucking with the lid where I got to remove the cleaning basket. So I might just, even though I repaired the PCB, I might need to order a new cover, or I could try taking the heat gun on it and rewarping it to the correct calibration. What's the fucking word I'm looking for? Specifications. It's got a little wave in it, and it don't want to snap in.
Warm it up, get it to snap in.
And just warm it up gently and press it with my fingers. I might try that tomorrow, but for now, I have the top cover just resting on there, and it's working perfectly fine, but I can't get it to snap in cleanly. And then the other thing that I've been working on is my wife's new vehicle, which I've got some repair work to do on that. So it's not brand new.
Seems like you got a busy weekend ahead of you.
I will be busy. Yep. On top of trying to get videos out and worry about the market and do trading and talk with folks in the Discord. So yeah, my weekend's going to be fun. I have a on that vehicle a broken lug nut that I've never tried removing a broken lug nut before. Have you ever tried to do that, Mediocre?
Absolutely. You broke the stud?
I didn't break it. The previous owner broke. It was like I don't know if they're made out of aluminum or something, but you know how it got like this acorn shape on it that you put your wrench
Yeah.
on, your lug nut wrench.
Yeah.
Well, apparently the lug nut was frozen into the rotor, and when he tried to turn it, the acorn snapped off. So now you got nothing to bite with your lug wrench.
Oh, you know what you need?
But I have the tools. I have them right here.
You have a special tool. It's like got teeth in it. You pound it on with a hammer.
I got
Well,
my
that
propane
you
torch.
you need that. Yep. Heat that baby up. That'll help you.
I got my propane torch, and I got my what do you call it? Locking wheel nut removal set.
Oh Jesus, Tony!
Oops.
Now you're making.
Anyways, these apparently you hammer this on there. There's enough of the
Yep.
metal left that it's supposed to bite on it, and then you can twist it. But I didn't have a breaker bar, so I'm waiting for the breaker bar to get here.
Yeah.
So that I can get enough torque to turn this son of a bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. There's teeth in there that'll bite that lug nut, but that's
Right.
why you got to smack it on there with a hammer.
Yeah, so that's my plan. And the breaker bar is supposed to be here late tomorrow. So maybe tomorrow, maybe Sunday, depending on when it gets here. I don't want to be out there in the middle of the day, Mediocre, because it's like 102 here.
Yeah.
After I get that wheel off, then I've got to replace the rotor and the brake pads, which is not a big deal. I do that on my vehicle all the time. But it'll be my first time having fun removing a broken lug nut. I like doing mechanical stuff. I think I've probably told you all this story. I restored and rebuilt a 69 Camaro. I had a job. I'm not a mechanic by any stretch. I'm just mediocre. But
you got a BFH?
I what's the BFH?
A big fucking hammer.
Yeah. I've got all sorts of hammers and sledges. I had a summer job in high school working at an air conditioning company, Mediocre, but I was the mechanic's assistant.
Oh, nice.
You know how much I knew about mechanics? Zero. But in that summer, I did everything. I mean, every vehicle in that fleet, we probably rebuilt the engine or pulled the engine, did brakes, oil, the whole thing. That was really where I learned how to do all that stuff. And now, thank God, we have YouTube. So I've got to do that wheel repair. There's a couple of lights on the dashboard, the slip indicator and the ABS brakes. One thing at a time, Mediocre. I got to get it driving. I got to get it inspected, then registered. And then we'll decide if we keep it or flip it.
I hear you.
But I got a good deal on it.
Good deal. I don't blame you. I mean, I'd fix it too. I just traded my brother. I traded my brother for our grandfather's Cadillac. He ended up with the Cadillac.
Mm-hmm.
It's a V8. It's a DeVille, and he it's too much gas for him. So, but I was selling him my 2013 Rogue I had. So we made a deal. I'll just give him my Rogue. He give me that. I'll give him some money. You know what I mean?
Anya says, did you look on YouTube for lug nut? I reached out to my audience, believe it or not, Anya. I put it on Twitter and Discord. And everybody on Twitter gave me the same answer. And thank you guys for those of you that responded. They said, get one of these toolkits, which I had, And every response said the same thing. I didn't have the propane torch, so I went and bought that. They all said try that first, so I'm going to try that this weekend. And if that doesn't work, we'll go to plan B, which will be a little more severe.
Yeah.
And someone said, do you have a impact wrench? I don't have it. Believe it or not, I don't have an impact or a compressor. Compressor has been on my wish list for a long time. But I don't know if I've managed to get through life without an impact wrench and a compressor for this long. There's probably some electric impacts too, aren't there?
Yeah, you can buy a Milwaukee Impact.
So the question is, do I invest that or just take it up to my local mechanic? I don't know.
I don't think you need the impact wrench
You think I'll be able to do it with this tool in a breaker bar?
in a breaker bar. Yep, no
All
problem.
right. Well, wish me luck. I think I'm a little more patient than the previous owner.
Heat it up nice and cherry red. Put your little torch there. You know, don't. Is it aluminum rim? What kind of?
I don't know.
Yeah, just be careful with the rim. That's all. Just heat up the lug nut pretty good.
I haven't paid attention to that to give you an honest answer, mediocre.
It's all right. But yeah, it should come off. A little heat, a little, bang, bang, bang with the socket on there and the hammer.
And then they also, all the mechanics on Twitter said replace all the lug nuts with spline lug nuts, which was not a term I was familiar with before either. But apparently they're a more robust lug nut. And if we already had one break, and there's a chance that more could break, maybe that's a reasonable suggestion.
You want a solid lug nut like those. I don't know why they use these lug nuts with these stupid caps. That rust gets in there and messes them up. You know what I mean? It swells them up, and then they break off. I don't know why.
I am spraying it down, D Rockstar, while I'm waiting on the breaker bar to arrive. I've been lubing it up. So we'll see. Wish me luck.
Like my boy, you ever heard of Putin's Garage?
No.
He's a YouTuber. Putin's Garage. He says, use a little looby dooby. Put a little looby dooby on there, Tony. You'll be all right. Shout out to Putin's Garage.
Putin's Garage. How do you spell that?
I'll give it to you. I'll give you his thing. Hang on. It's my buddy.
Yeah, send it to me on a DM.
You don't live too far from you.
All right, ladies and gents, thank you for hanging out tonight. Those of y'all who stuck through it with us all this time. Hopefully you guys got some value out of this. Maybe you learned something. Check out my Cinemark and AMC earnings videos and check out the education playlist. And if there's anything that you want to know, anything else you want, Tony, talk to me like I'm a retail trader about X. Let me know in the comments. I'm always looking for content ideas that are actually valuable. I have a lot of content ideas that I think are valuable, but nobody ever wants to watch them on the education stuff. But really, I mean, this is critical stuff for you guys to have a grasp of. And I try and keep it at a very non-CPA. Like if I was a new retail trader about to walk into this war against the professionals on Wall Street, what is the bare minimum I should know to not get slaughtered on the first wave?
It's called Putin's Fab Shop, Tony.
Putin's Fab Shop?
Yeah. He's a welder.
That is a skill one day I'd like to practice, mediocre. I've thought about going to the community college and taking some welding classes.
He's in Oklahoma.
Maybe when we get the ranch house, it'd be a good time for me to learn how to weld.
I mean, he's pretty good. I'm no good at welding, I'll tell you right now.
I don't need to be good. I just need to be semi-proficient. It's not going to be my career, but there's always something to fix, and knowing how to weld. If I could just build this, fuck, I need a welder. How much is that going to cost? Holy shit. Welders get paid good, mediocre.
Yes, they do.
So I like to just cut out the middleman and do it myself.
I got a welder. I was going to practice, but
D Rockstar says, I think watching you work on the car would be entertaining. Anya is always telling me the same thing, D Rockstar. Tony, just when you're making your next Italian meal, just film it. When you're doing your gardening, film it. I do have a gardening channel. Y'all know that, right? Texas, what's it called? What's it called?
But I'm subbed.
Texas Organic Gardening, I think. I need to do an update on that channel. It's hot as hell right now, trying to get shit to grow or stay alive. But yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I will film. Maybe I won't do it live, but maybe I'll film it.
Why don't you hand over your family's chicken franchise recipe?
Chicken fricassee?
Yeah.
I like, what is that? Have you ever had veal piccata or chicken piccata?
I love it. Oh, yeah. Those are my
right?
favorite. Oh, yeah. Chicken piccata.
Texas.
I like Marsala a lot too. Marsala
Texas
really.
Organic. Go give me a follow on my gardening channel, guys. We need a little more. You guys, did you know that my gardening channel was something that I just started for fun during COVID? And I have less subscribers, but a lot more views on that channel. For some reason, people like gardening stuff.
They love it.
My most popular video, 710,000 views, mediocre. 710,000 views. What the fuck?
My wife used to show our chickens and turkeys and all that shit, and people would watch. And I would go out and make fun of my wife when she was messing around with her chickens and turkeys. But I got bored of that shit.
I'm saying to myself, mediocre, why am I dealing with all these idiots and haters trying to teach people how to invest when I could just go out and do some gardening and get 700,000 views?
Yeah.
You guys, I mean, I do this. I could do that. I mean, I could do that, but I do this because I genuinely want to help people, and it's not about the money. If I wanted easy money, I'd just go put out gardening videos every day. My second best video, 118,000. After that, 94,000, 61,000, 56,000. I barely go on that channel. It's going like gangbusters. Anywho, what? Maybe we should do mediocre. We should. No, you haven't ever done any acting, have you? We should do it. How to kickstart your acting career.
I'm a failed actor, Tony. I'm only kidding. No, I never did any acting, no.
Rivik says the internet does love cooking videos. They sure do. I actually watch some of those from time to time. D Rockstar says, I filmed me working on the car. What does it say? I filmed me working on the car. It would 30 minutes of me hurting the darn tool I just had in my hand. Hunting the damn tool.
Oh, yeah.
Can you imagine me being on there live with the breaker bar just like, should I pull the breaker bar or push it? What do you think, mediocre?
I would pull it.
I'm thinking pull too.
Because you
have more range of motion if you're pulling.
Right, and you could keep a consistent amount of torque. If it was a regular lug nut, you didn't have no problems. I'd just stick it on and step on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you talking about a rounded lug nut, so You're going to want to, keep the good tension on it and give it the torque it needs, baby.
Well, I will consider. I have a tripod where I can film stuff outside, which is how I did a lot of the gardening stuff. Maybe I will. Maybe I will just film that and put it up there just for fun. Let people see another slice of life. Richie Rich says because working with numbers is in your blood. Yeah, I guess. Gardening's actually in my family lineage too. My grandfather here in Austin was he owned a greenhouse business. I don't know if I ever told you that, Mediocre.
I hate to fucking break it to you, Tony, but your family's from Italy. Of course, they're farmers.
Gardeners, painters, stonemasons. Yeah,
What the
very
fuck?
pedestrian work. Whew, all right. Well,
It's the only way to survive if
12:45
you're
here.
from Italy, right?
Huh?
That was the only way to survive back then if you were from Italy.
Yeah. I should also get into making my own wine, Mediocre, and limoncello.
That's good shit. I was supposed to. I got to bring a bottle tomorrow. My father-in-law is in town for my wife's birthday, so we're having a family get together. I was asked to bring some limoncello, but I haven't made any because of my situation that went on.
Yeah.
I was supposed to make it, but I didn't make it. So I guess I'm pretty sure I got a bottle kicking around because I don't burn through that too quickly. So I'll find the bottle that I got and I'll bring that one up. And here you go, have at it. But they
Before
love
I go to sleep, I'm going to look up and see if I know you already told me the recipe, but I'm going to look up on YouTube and see if anybody's home making limoncello too.
There's a bunch of them.
It's not my most favorite. Excuse me. It's not my most favorite drink, but if I made some homemade, I would try it.
My wife is funny. She bought me an apron. It says limoncello. I'll show it to you if you want me to. It says limoncello on it, and it's got the recipe right on it. She's
Oh,
funny.
nice.
There's 100 recipes out there. They're all the same. Depends on what kind you're going to make. Like, I don't make any that has cream in it. Mine is just.
Yeah, that sounds awful. Cream.
Well, they have that kind, like a creamy limoncello. I don't drink that kind, but
I've never had that one. We had a bottle of limoncello and it just sat on my bar back there.
yeah.
Nobody fucking drank it. I think I eventually threw it out. I tried it a couple times. I should have mailed it to you.
You know what I do with it? I drink it. I pour it into a sparkling water or whatever. Give a good couple of shots in there. You're good to go, baby.
Did you say your base ingredient is PGA?
I use basically grain alcohol.
Yeah, PGA, pure grain alcohol.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what I use. It'll be strong, Tony. You make sure you cut it.
All right. I'll let you know after I make it and get some further guidance.
Unless you're Gus. Gus drinks that shit all the time. Fuck that.
What is Dennis saying? It's toast. I just buy a new car. Is he talking about the car I'm fixing? Because a lug nut's broken, Dennis? Are you still here?
Because you need a lug nut, Tony.
Let's see. Tony, you got to replace a lug nut, change rotor and brakes. That's just normal maintenance. On one wheel, not all the way around. Figure out why the anti-slip light is coming on. That's not a big deal. ABS brakes, probably also not a big deal. The light. And then you got a car that's good to go with about probably $9,000 to $11,000 profit margin. Yeah, it's not toast.
It's a good deal right there.
It's a damn good deal. All right, ladies and gents, have a good night. Mediocre, thank you for your time. Everybody who joined in, thank you for your time hanging out with us tonight. I think my wife is working tomorrow night, so, and if I don't get a breaker bar in the mail, I'll probably be sitting here making some videos for you guys.
I'm gonna try.
Intel is up next on my list, I think, and I got to get a GameStop TA video out. Have a good night. We love you. Appreciate it.
Good night, everybody.
Let me find the 60-second outro. Here we go. Ciao.
Let's go. Yo, I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. Never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today.